Hello everyone, welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thank you guys so much for joining me and welcome to your February 2026 horoscopes for the 12 rising and sun signs. Excited to be back. We've got a lot going on this month. February is arguably probably one of the biggest months in all of 2026. Now, if you guys are watching me for the first time, welcome. Obviously, my name is Candice. I'm a Western astrologer. I'm going to be showing you guys this from the perspective of the whole Western sign system. Obviously, take a listen to your rising sign to see exactly what's going to be kind of playing out throughout the month. You can also listen to your sun or your moon sign as well. And happy Valentine's Day. If you guys don't have a Valentine, I'll be your guys' Valentine. We have some sweet and salty aspects that are going to be taking place this month. Now, while I've got you here, please subscribe to the channel, click the bell button below so that way you get alerts to when other videos are coming out. I do long format content. I'm here every Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday using tarot and astrology to make sense of what's going on in the cosmos. Drop me your rising sign below and leave me a comment. Come back at the end of February and let me know how these predictions hit for you. Would love to hear how you guys are feeling with some of the bigger energies that are taking place in February. As you guys know, it's eclipse month, so it is going to be lots of changes. We're going to see a Mercury retrograde at the end of the month, and we're going to be seeing that there is going to be the Saturn-Neptune conjunction. Big changes, guys. This is where in 2026, pretty much February through April is full steam ahead. Give me a thumbs up if you like this video. Sharing is caring, so share with other astro-minded friends and consider following me on X at BTVAstro for more of my astro musings. All right, so we're gonna get into the transits that I'm gonna be going through. As always, it's a laundry list for me. It's hard for me to kind of pick a few things to talk about. So what you guys will see is I'm gonna give you like a full encapsulation of how the transits on the screen are going to be impacting your rising sun or moon sign. So if you're wondering, what am I looking at? What is she talking about? This is the list. You can also find it down below in the description. There are some sweet and salty aspects, okay? So anything that's highlighted in red are some of the bigger energies that we're gonna have this month that you need to be paying attention to. The pink aspects are actually pretty sweet. Honestly, I could have probably labeled all of the Uranus squares in red. Those are going to shake some things up. But just to kind of give you a full idea generally of what to expect in February, well, it is a month of cosmic earthquakes of historic proportions. That's basically the nutshell of the month ahead. There is a true collective reset that is going to be happening, and this is something that has not happened in many years. In our lifetime, we have not seen a Saturn-Neptune conjunction in the sign of Aries, and this means that all of us are going to be witnessing the death of old illusions and the birth of courageous new realities, and it will happen on a global scale. This is taking place at the 0 degrees point of Aries and is probably one of the biggest energies all year long. Now, the month is going to be kicking off on February the 1st, where we're going to see a Leo full moon taking place. Obviously, I think it's going to be around 13 degrees. Yeah, 13 degrees. So if you have anything 12, 13, or 14 degrees of Leo, this is going to be pretty prominent for you. I love this full moon. I think it's really spotlighting all of the themes that Leo is all about: self-expression, creativity. It's also connected to what we are ready to release with a little bit of dramatic flair. Now, we're also going to see on the the 3rd of the month, Uranus is going to turn direct in Taurus. So if you're an Aquarius rising, if you're a Taurus rising, this is going to be impacting you guys. With Uranus going direct, it means that we are unleashing now innovative breakthroughs after what has been kind of more an introspective period for the last few months while it's been retrograde. This will cause sudden changes and shifts in our values, as well as the financial system, potentially anything that deals with food, anything that deals with also the environment, the planet. And yeah, there's going to be a lot of shocks and surprises in February because we are going to see planets that will be coming into a square with Uranus in this sign. Now, this will build tension. So you guys are going to see with each planet moving through Aquarius, squaring Uranus, its dispositor, things get a little haywire. It's going to start first with Mercury coming into a square with Uranus and Taurus, and that's going to happen around February the 5th. Then Venus in Aquarius follows to square Uranus as well around February 8th. And then the Sun is going to come into a square with Uranus around February 15th. And then at the end of the month, we will see Mars in Aquarius coming into a square around February 27th. 26th, 27th, depending on where you guys are with your time zone. I'm here in Central Texas. Now, each and every one of these squares creates friction. So we're going to see that there's going to be like this electrifying kind of energy that's in the air, likely bringing up shocks and surprises, unexpected news, rebellious impulses, and it's really going to cause some relationship surprises, be that romantic or kind of socially. We're probably also going to see some major tech and finance jolts that can really shatter people feeling kind of like complacent, and it's really forcing liberation through Aquarius from stagnant patterns. So markets are going to go a bit crazy. We're going to see that there's going to be some changes happening with the banking system, and it's like a stress test that's going to be happening for banks. Now, Venus, thankfully, one of the sweet elements this month, will be moving into Pisces, and that'll be happening on February the 10th. This is her sign of exaltation. It is wonderful for making love, beauty, and compassion. A little bit more spiritual, a little bit more fluid. It's also really, really, I think, magnetic and kind of romantic. So I think we're going to enjoy that ingress. And then Mercury will also be following into Pisces as well around February the 6th. This is going to shift our communication more in the direction of something that is empathic, intuitive. It's going to light up our dreams. But it can mean that there is a sense of some confusion in trying to find the words and communicate and express ourselves. We will see on the 17th of February that we have the Aquarius Solar Eclipse. This will be taking place around 28 degrees of Aquarius. So if you have anything 27, 28, 29 degrees of Aquarius or the fixed signs, you guys are going to be feeling this the strongest. This will also be happening around the same time that the Sun was coming into a square with Uranus around the 15th. So this is electrifying energy. Eclipses come in pairs. They're every 6 months. And this is a first eclipse that we're seeing that's going to be a part of the new nodal shift where the North Node's moving into Aquarius over the summer and the South Node is moving into Leo. Likely, this is igniting radical new beginnings, especially when it comes to the internet, technology, community, and it is a rebel yell. I do think that many people are going to be calling for freedom as well as equality. We're going to see lots of themes revolving around tech as well as energy. And being that this is the first one on the Aquarius kind of Leo axis, and these eclipses will be playing out until 2028, it's promising major shakeups and major innovations. Now remember that you don't have to wait until the eclipse happens to feel the effects of the eclipse. If you're watching this in late January, likely we're already in this energy, and anything past the full moon at the beginning of February, we are already in that eclipse portal that all the astrologers kind of talk about. After this eclipse next month, we're going to see a South Node Virgo lunar eclipse that'll be happening in March. So after the dust kind of settles, we're still kind of between eclipses, and with eclipses, they are kind of curveballs. The one thing they do promise is change, and with North Node solar eclipses, they're harder to predict. This will start a new chapter for the next 6 to 18 months in the Aquarius area of your chart, and it's basically planting a seed, and it's all about moving forward into the future. Now, Saturn enters into Aries again. So we saw a sneak preview of Saturn in Aries last summer in 2025. But on February 13th, Saturn enters back into this cardinal fire sign. If you have anything that is within 0 to about 3 degrees of Aries, sun, moon, rising, or personal placement, this is going to be impacting you big time. Not only is Saturn here, but also Neptune as well. Remember, it moved into Aries at the end of January. So this is a test. Humanity is being tested. We're being asked to really focus on manifesting our destiny. Aries is an action sign, so it's no more the time to be kind of sitting around and waiting and visualizing and hoping that somebody is going to come and save us. Really, this is about taking action and initiating a new brave goal and stepping up to the plate. So this demands that we need to be really mature when it comes to our actions. We can't expect instant gratification. And it's really about structure when it comes to identities and pioneering energy. Now, the pinnacle of this month is the rare Saturn-Neptune conjunction that's happening at 0 degrees of Aries on February the 20th. So think about this, guys. We've got an eclipse that's on the 17th. We've got a massive conjunction on the 20th. And this is a huge turning point for humanity. 0 degrees of Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. It's kind of like striking a match. So it means that it's going to be unleashing a wave of collective uprising, collective consciousness that's kind of waking up. People who are kind of realizing that they're ready to stop hoping that someone's going to save them, and they're ready to kind of leap into action. This conjunction happens every 36 years. The last time that we saw this happening, it was in 1989, right at the end of the year going into 1990, and it was in Capricorn. This time it's going to be loud, it's going to be bold. And this is reorganizing anything that deals with world leaders, restructuring governments. Certain leaders, certain governments are going to start to erode and they're going to fall. But so will the public trust and also belief in leadership. So it's going to be like a lot of individuals kind of taking things into their own hands and feeling like, okay, they're restructuring their goals. They're learning to be more of an authority figure in their own right. They're feeling kind of alive with these new beliefs. And even though things feel tough, I think it's actually going to be kind of like baptism by fire, quite literally, with the Saturn and Neptune in Aries. So at the world axis point, 0 degrees of Aries, we have not seen this conjunction really in thousands of years. It's been like 6,000 years since we've seen this conjunction here. Does something have to happen in February that can be significant? Probably. But we will see it kind of reverberate outward all year long, because even when Neptune retrogrades, it's going to be coming back into conjunction with this degree throughout 2026. So when this conjunction happens on the 20th, this is fusing our dreams, right? Neptune in Aries with discipline, Saturn in Aries. And we have to really focus on dissolving escapism while grounding kind of our spiritual vision, taking action, and it's like manifest destiny. So we have to really focus on, knowing who we are, being brave. This is also going to be, I think, kind of like a brave new world that's going to be emerging. And globally, this is hard to predict because we've never experienced it in this sign and in this degree. But I do think we're going to see massive disclosure when it comes to aliens. I do think that we're going to be hearing about new weapons of war. There is going to be a complete restructuring of boundaries and borders. We're going to see brave, young new leaders that are kind of showing up in the world, and potentially some who are calling or beating on the drums of war. Obviously, fingers crossed, I hope not, but that's kind of what's expected. This is also about individuals taking action when it comes to self-protection. And if we're not cautious or careful with this Neptune energy, illusions can be kind of blurred, and we can see blurred boundaries, especially between physical and digital realms. So old systems are crumbling, but the human spirit is resilient. We are waking up and realizing that, hey, we can be pioneers, we can do things for ourselves, we can be more self-sufficient, and we're going to start to kind of be reborn in that fashion. Now, at the end of the month, we're going to see on the 26th, Mercury is going to station retrograde in Pisces. It'll be going retrograde until March the 20th, and it will be spanning between 22 and 8 degrees of Pisces. So if you happen to be a Mercury ruled chart, like my Gemini and Virgo risings, or if you have Pisces rising, this will be impacting you guys the most. All the Mercury retrogrades in 2026 are in water signs, which means they're more intuitive. It's kind of confusing. We have to check in with our gut, and we also have to do some internal emotional reflection before we communicate, sign, or make any kind of contractual agreements. Unfortunately, Mercury is not very strong in this sign. It's great for intuition. It's not really great for logic. So it can be a time where a lot of us are kind of feeling unsure about the future. There is some confusion about information or media. And remember that the South Node is tied to Mercury. So likely it's going to be bringing out some kind of news connecting to job reports, health initiatives, things that are also connected to the service industry. And potentially we start to see a slowing down effect of global trade and finance, because Mercury deals with those things. The positive is that we will see around the 28th, Mercury will retrograde in Pisces, conjunct Venus in her exaltation. Now, this is prompting deep reviews of relationships. Yes, your ex may call back. Yes, you may be reevaluating whether or not you can trust somebody or get back out there. But this can be an amazing time to really dig deep and reflect and ask yourself, what do I truly value? What do I want? It can be a wonderful time for tapping back into creative projects, feeling inspired. Also, it can be a major reevaluation point for love and compassion. And Mercury is trying to kind of clarify some of the more foggy things that are kind of happening in Pisces. Jupiter is the dispositor in Cancer. There's lots of trines here. So I think a lot of people are going to be reevaluating how they feel about their home, their family, where they're living, and also contemplating whether or not there's going to be a relocation. At the end of the month, we will see Mars in Aquarius come into a square with Uranus in Taurus, and that'll happen around February 27th. And right when it's doing that, it's also coming into conjunction with right around the same degree that we had the solar eclipse earlier in the month. So when planets reactivate and they come into conjunction with that eclipse degree, it's going to bring up some of the themes from the eclipse earlier in the month. And obviously that will be amplifying some of the potential social unrest that's going on, or some of the chaos that's kind of going on when it comes to Uranus and Taurus things, food, agriculture, trade. It could be also things that are going on with potential kind of like earthquakes. And then we're also going to see some of the themes of this buildup of Aquarius energy, where the people, where the future, where technology, where the internet is all starting to kind of come alive and say, hey, we need to change these systems. We need to maybe upend the traditional financial system. We want freedom to trade. We want freedom also to be able to communicate, connect, and network with other people. So this is a historic month, to say the least. We are officially entering into the period where you guys are going to see the Great Awakening that's going to be taking place. Yes, there will be some chaos, but chaos is going to clear space for authenticity and also our soul alignment. Trust it. We all chose to be here now. We got front row seats for probably one of the biggest times for humanity. We all agreed to sign up for this and be a part of the change. I do think that, this is going to be a month that, even though it's going to feel like things are kind of topsy-turvy, really it's leading us into March, where we will have another eclipse in early March, and then we will see Mercury go direct. So we're not really starting to make sense of all of the things that are taking place until about a month and a half from now. It'll be late March into April that things are really going to start to progress forward. And, this is one of the peak periods all year long. I think February is a big month. I also think that April is going to be a big month as well. Things calm down a little bit, and then we see the intensity pop back up again in July. And then the end of the year is like retrograde chaos with Venus, Mercury going retrograde, and we're going to see a Mars shadow that's going to begin as well. So if you guys want to see more about the bigger picture of what's kind of going on in 2026, go and watch my 2026 presentation. I talk about all of these cycles. I also talk about the eclipses, and make sure you're subscribed so that way you can catch all the videos on these big transits throughout the month. I did talk at length about the Saturn-Neptune conjunction in that presentation, so you guys can go and check it out. I will also probably do another video on it, so stay tuned for that. All right, we are going to be moving to the 12 rising signs now. So just as a reminder, listen to your rising sign and then your sun and then your moon sign to get a kind of a solid idea of what's going to be manifesting for you in February. Please do also leave your comments below and let me know how you guys are feeling throughout the month, because this is going to be a doozy. All right, so let's get into the 12 rising signs. What's up, Aries and Aries risings? Welcome to your February 2026 horoscope. I hope you guys are doing well. Boy, oh boy, we have got quite the month for you guys. Let's start a little bit talking about your chart ruler, because there is going to be some stuff going on with Mars. And then we're also going to probably really hone in on the Saturn-Neptune conjunction happening in your sign. If you have anything from 0 to about 3 degrees of Aries, sun, moon, rising, even personal planets, this is a really important month to watch, because the Saturn-Neptune conjunction is going to be very personal for you. Now, we start the month off with Mars moving through Aquarius. It's going to continue to move through Aquarius. So it is highlighting your 11th house, which is going to be dealing with your networks, your friends, your alliances. This is also a part of your chart that deals with your future goals, collective aspirations, and the real focus here is going to be at the end of the month on the 27th, where Mars in your social zone is coming into a square with Uranus in your financial zone. So that is definitely, pull out your red pen, circle that day. That's a day to really watch for intensity and pressure. Now, Aries, 2026, February of 2026 feels like a cosmic launch pad for you. I think that this is a very powerful month. It's a month of breakthroughs, especially when it comes to any identity reconstruction that you're kind of going through. There's a lot of forward momentum that's also kind of happening, and you're kind of moving into this phase where you're like, I'm getting in the driver's seat. You're learning how to be more pioneering, more independent, more bold. Now with your ruling planet Mars, that's energizing your 11th house. It's in Aquarius, so it's innovative. You know, you're really wired this month for group dynamics, and it's also about visionary ideas, maybe unconventional social networks or connections. And this is setting the stage for sudden shifts in how you collaborate and also kind of envisioning your long-term path. Now, the big headline is going to be this month on the 13th when Saturn enters back into your sign. We're going to see Saturn between 0 and I think about 14 degrees of Aries this year. So if you happen to be within 0 to 14 degrees, you're going to be feeling this energy the most. Although if you're an early degree Aries, sun, moon, or rising, about 0 to 3 degrees, you've already started experiencing some of the Saturn-Neptune stuff back in 2025. That was a dress rehearsal for the actions that you're going to be taking now. Anyway, February 13th immediately begins a multi-year cycle of maturing through Saturn. And really, it's about maturing your sense of self. It's also about your personal boundaries, how you show up in the world, what your career is going to look like, what your goals revolving around your career is going to look like. And then on February 20th, we're going to see Saturn and Neptune conjunct at 0 degrees of Aries. So obviously, this is rare and it's very potent. And this alignment is really dissolving any outdated illusions about who you are, helping inspire you to rebuild your identity on a firmer, I think more kind of spiritual, grounded foundation. That also means you guys have to get out of your own way, because Neptune represents the things that you kind of hide or the things that are self-undoing. So it is possible for some of you that old self-images, you know, escapist tendencies or kind of vague pipe dreams start to fade away. And what it's being replaced by is something that is wiser, more purposeful versions of you. This can feel very heavy at first, and it can feel like you're carrying suddenly a bunch of new responsibilities, but ultimately you will find that it empowers you, and it's really helping you step into your authentic kind of leadership role with clarity and endurance. Move your body, okay, regularly. Have a morning routine. Get up, greet the sun, move, work out, work up a sweat. Do things that are going to be about committing to treating your body as a temple, because I think that that's really going to help you guys build that sense of routine and commitment. And I think you're going to see part of how you treat yourself is kind of part of your spiritual practice. Now, financial and value related surprises are going to be happening throughout the month. And that's because you're going to see a slew of planets in your 11th house that are going to be squaring Uranus in your second house of finance. These surprises are exciting, but they can also feel a little overwhelming. And you'll see that peppered in throughout the month. Obviously, at the beginning of the month, Uranus is going to go direct in your second house, and that's going to happen around February 3rd. And it's ending its retrograde and really now accelerating towards innovative approaches when it comes to your money, when it comes to your values, your self-worth. And I expect that there can be some themes revolving around rebellious or tech-driven shifts. So perhaps like sudden income opportunities or unexpected kind of expenses that are coming up socially, or things that are kind of like upgrades. So gadgets, app subscriptions, future kind of investments, that kind of stuff. Or this could be a radical reevaluation of what truly holds value for you. So I could see some of you guys that are kind of segueing into crypto or into kind of other stock investments. And then we will see a series of squares from planets in the 11th house to Uranus and Taurus. Now, Mercury on the 5th is going to be moving into a square first, so there can be communication glitches with groups or kind of breakthroughs and like revolutionary ideas with team meetings. And then on February the 15th, you're going to see the sun come into a square with Uranus and Taurus, and that potentially is going to bring some ego jolts around your worth, right? With a community, maybe with a friend. And then on the 27th, you're going to see that there is going to be a square between obviously your chart ruler Mars and Uranus. And there is this intense clash that can come up on this day that leads to breakthroughs or some kind of social conflict. Now, these can manifest also as impulsive spending tendencies, sudden windfalls, or kind of tech-related income changes. Stay flexible this month and avoid any knee-jerk reactions with your finances or with your social groups. Now, your subconscious and kind of like spiritual realms are getting a compassionate boost this month. Part of that is because Venus will be moving into Pisces in your natal 12th house. Venus rules your money, your values, your pleasure. It's also connected to relationships. So when it moves through the 12th house, it brings this kind of like gentle energy on the 10th that is about healing hidden matters, karma, past lives, or some kind of behind the scenes work. There could be a romantic kind of fling going on behind the scenes. It can also mean that you're just feeling more inspired to spend time in solitude, to be resting, recuperating. And then you're going to see on the 6th of the month, it will come into a trine with Jupiter in Cancer, one of the sweeter aspects that you're going to see all month long. And this will probably bring you lucky intuitive flashes for how to navigate a home situation or a family situation. Maybe you have a visitation in a dream from a loved one or from, something in like the spirit realm that's going to be showing you how to heal something emotionally that can be connected to your family lineage. You will also see that it will conjunct the North Node around February 11th or 12th. And this is giving you some kind of faded insight into soul level patterns when it comes to relationships, karmic relationships, past life relationships, and things that are going to be healed most likely while you're sleeping. Now, Mercury will turn retrograde in Pisces around the 26th of the month. And when that happens, it will continue retrograde until mid-March. Something to think about is Mercury rules your siblings, communication, and travel. And it's also connected to your health, your habits, and your routine. So I think with, the sun going into this house later in the month, with Venus being in this house, with Mercury retrograde, it's really saying a lot of Aries and Aries risings are kind of feeling like, oh, there's major culminations that are happening and something new is about to emerge. So we want to release and let things go with love and also with compassion. While Mercury is retrograde, it will conjunct Venus around the 28th. It might mean that, you have a dream of a lost kind of love. It might mean that you have a dream about some kind of future financial investment. And I think that you're really just doubling down in February when it comes to kind of reviewing your subconscious beliefs and also your spiritual goals, your dreams, and any unfinished business that you need to wrap up, because the rest of the year forward is just like forward momentum. It is possible that there can be miscommunications in private matters. So journaling, meditating, and really getting clarity on your intentions before acting is very important. Now, you're going to see on the 17th of the month, there will be a solar eclipse that's taking place in your 11th house. And this is going to be lighting up the same area where you've seen Mars going through and these other planets kind of going through. It's planting a powerful new seed for radical new friendships. So over the next 6 to 18 months, you might join a new network, start a group, you might meet new friends. You're going to become very focused on community vision, what your goals are. And this eclipse is kicking that off. And I think that it's just, a fresh new set of eclipses. We haven't seen an eclipse here with the North Node in like 19 years. So if you're old enough to know, you can go back and look at what was happening in your life with your friends and your goals 19 years ago. You're going to see some similarities here. I think that it's really urging you to kind of align with like-minded rebels and really forward thinkers in your social circles. Some of you guys might feel like it's a call to innovate your role with the collective. Others are going to feel like there are some changes going on with their friendships. It's really about kind of showing up for your destiny when you have a North Node eclipse. So you're going to see some major shifts with your alliances likely over like the next 6 to 12 months. We will also see a full moon that's going to happen in Leo around the 1st of the month, and that's going to be taking place in your 5th house. House of joy, creativity, romance. So it can also mean there's new creative projects being launched, lots of opportunities for dating, feeling very kind of creative and kind of heart-filled. I do think that when it comes to your self-expression and your joy, it's really bringing some emotional culmination around fun, passion, projects, and heartfelt connections. It is possible that some Aries and Aries risings will have a very romantic kind of connection. It can also be possible that something that you're creating, you're able to share with the collective. And it can also be an indication of pregnancy for some Aries and Aries risings. Now, we're also going to find that the sun will be entering into Pisces on February the 18th, where pretty much all of the planets now, Sun, Venus, Mercury, are hanging out in your 12th house. So this is like the kind of realm of your sleep, your dreams, your subconscious, foreign lands, and things are kind of washing out and getting cleared up before we go into what will be eventually Aries season in March. So even though Saturn and Neptune are in your sign, there is this sense of being like, ooh, I have this feeling that something's going to happen, and you're tapping into all the things that you need to wrap up before we get into Aries season next month. So probably this is indicating, you know, the second half of February that you really need to focus on inward rest, reflection, spiritual recharge before March and April's intensity. Mercury is retrograde in this house too. So you might feel like you need more sleep, you're having crazy dreams. It might mean that you're just picking up on what's kind of going on with the collective. You're certainly a lot more sensitive now that Saturn and Neptune are in your sign. You really have to watch your habits before bed. So are you working out before you go to bed? Are you meditating? Are you having bad habits where you're staying up late, watching too much TV? You know, are you losing sleep or stressed out because of work? Watch your health. It's very important to watch your health as you're going through the Mercury retrograde in your 12th house. Now, I am predicting that you're going to see sudden network shakeups or rebellious collaborations around the 27th when Mars and Uranus square. You may not see eye to eye with a friend or a group about financial matters, but this could lead to exciting or unconventional team-ups or group projects. And so if you're involved in tech or anything that's connected to humanitarianism, future-oriented ventures, things that you're kind of investing in, it can be great. While the eclipse on the 17th is really sparking some of the same stuff. It's saying like, take what you can create collectively, share it with other people. And this could be online tribes or activist involvements that make you feel energized and supported and a part of a team. Post February 20th with the Saturn-Neptune conjunction, your identity feels a little heavier, and it's going to feel a little heavy until we get into April. But as you embrace some of the responsibility, there is going to be this kind of feeling of being more so empowered. So think of it as like shedding old skin that's too small, and like you're becoming wiser and more mature as you're emerging. And naturally, when you have Saturn on your ascendant, it doesn't matter how old you are. I remember going through that transit when I was like 26 or 27, and I was like, why is my knee clicking? Like I'm pulling gray hairs, you know, like all kinds of stuff. So we become more aware of our age. So you might be really feeling inclined to do anti-aging things, okay? So it can mean that you're working with infrared, you're working with regenerative type healing. Maybe it means that you're trying to kind of do some swimming or some stretching just to feel a little bit more limber. Now, my advice for you guys is really harness that Mars energy as it's going through your 11th house. If you can step into group leadership, where you're leading a team, working with a collective group, initiating a group, you're going to do very well this month. And so you really want to focus on what people you have around you to help support you so you don't feel like you're going through a lot of this change alone. Some of you guys will be a part of astrology groups. Some of you guys are going to be more active in the comment section, right? It could be that simple. But this is about really having a vision and taking some kind of initiation with your bold ideas, which can inspire other people. Just try to temper some of the impulsivity that can happen, especially around the 27th. Maybe avoid burning bridges in heated moments, and lean into some of the compassionate energies the second half of the month with Pisces transits for inner healing, solitude, and also learning not to just escape when things feel too heavy. Now, your best days are going to be on February 16th when Mercury and Jupiter are trining. So it's possible that you can have an intuitive breakthrough, a lucky download, and this is really helping you, focus on some kind of spiritual planning or creative goals. I also like on the 22nd of the month when Venus is trine to Jupiter, because there's going to be a lot of compassion, there's healing, there's romance. It's great for artistic projects, and it's ideal for forgiveness or manifesting from the heart. The days that you want to be the most cautious, Aries, are going to be February 5th through the 8th and also the 15th. This is when we see planets that are squaring Uranus in your money house. So there can be miscommunications, tension with money, value shocks, sudden disruptions, and you need to double check your finances and your communications with other people on these days. Then on the 26th through the 28th, when we see Mercury retrograde and we also see some conjunctions, review. Don't rush any decisions, clarify anything before you agree or sign to anything. And obviously subconscious patterns can kind of surface for gentle release. You will find that Mercury is going to go into shadow, and that's going to be starting on February the 12th. So my advice is that if you want to get anything agreed to or signed, it's probably best that you're doing this before we get to the Mercury shadow around that date, where things can be kind of confusing. So Aries, to me, it seems like you're not just navigating change in February, you're kind of pioneering the whole show, and you're really initiating the next chapter for your life. Don't be scared. Don't be afraid. Like, be brave. I think your courage and also your innovation and the willingness to rebirth yourself will inspire people around you, and it will draw in a crowd. I think I would own this really powerful reset. Step forward boldly. I think the universe is really kind of aligning to kind of support the authentic leader that you're becoming. So I think you guys have got this. Let me grab my tarot deck so I can give you guys a card, tell you what to expect for the month ahead. So what does Aries and Aries rising need to know this month? The card that I get is the Five of Wands, okay? Which is funny because when this card comes up, you see like little boys that are like kind of play fighting with the wands. And they're kind of acting out, and they're kind of going through that, and like they're feeling a little combative and like a little like risky. And obviously, yeah, like I feel like there is a sense of you wanting to stake your claim on something this month. Maybe you're feeling like you're pushing back against what other people want, or maybe you're pushing back against what your friends want. And I would say try not to instigate conflict. You're going to see people who are going to kind of get riled up. You might also feel like because you're kind of alive with all these new beliefs and kind of perspectives, you're sharing it with people who may not be ready for it. So if you're kind of in social settings where you're trying to share some innovative ideas, plans for the future, kind of financial revelations of sorts, other people are going to be a little resistant to some of that change. So rather than feeling like you're just projecting, and then people are going to be kind of creating conflict, be mindful of who you're sharing your visions with. Be mindful that not everybody is going to be ready. Some people are going to say, oh, that's not possible, or that's never going to happen. And I know a lot of you guys with Saturn and Neptune in your sign now are going to start feeling like you're channeling things, and you're like, whoa, this is coming very soon, or I have this feeling. And you try to like warn other people or try to kind of get other people ready. And I would say don't cast pearls before swine. If there are people who are not ready for it, keep it moving. You'll find that there are plenty of people who are interested in your perspective and want to join the cause. All right, Aries, Godspeed. Let me know what happens throughout this next month. Remember that a lot of this change is going to play out over time. It's not going to be all at once. Good luck. All right, Taurus and Taurus risings, what's going on? Welcome to February 2026. I'm excited to talk to you about what's happening this month. Boy, oh boy, Taurus, you're getting tested. Let's talk about the pros first, right? Let's talk about Venus. So at the beginning of February, you're going to be seeing Venus that's going to be starting in your career sector. So there's still this focus on being front and center out in the world, working on relationships in public, taking responsibility for stuff, collaborating with teams. And then you're going to see it will stay there until about February the 10th. Now, after it leaves Aquarius, it's then going to move into Pisces, which is one of the signs where Venus really likes to be. So think of all the work you've been doing in January, kind of going into February. Now it's time to really just relax and enjoy yourself. And the 11th house deals with socializing, parties, friends, dreams, your wishes. So it's a really nice energy that you're going to be having kind of mid-month. It means also that you may be feeling more inclined to support friends, maybe helping people at work. Maybe you're kind of tuning into what your spiritual or your kind of creative goals are. And you will see that Venus will only make one really challenging aspect this month. And that's going to actually be on February the 8th. So right when Venus is leaving your 10th house of career, it's going to come into a square with Uranus in your sign. Likely this is going to kind of linger maybe for a day or two, and maybe you're just feeling the pressure of showing up and being in the world, and just the nervous system feels a little fried, or you feel like you just want to break free from having to work, and you're just like, I just want to socialize, I want to have fun. So the positive transits that you're going to see that's going to be involving Venus is that Venus will actually trine Jupiter in Cancer around the 22nd of February. So that means that it's possible you're going to have good news that you're giving an audience or a team. Maybe you're traveling to go to like a family kind of get together. Maybe you are getting a lot of positive feedback on something. It's also possible that you could be kind of traveling to see friends or vice versa. So lots of good socializing, communication, and kind of connection aspects. We will also see on February 26th that Venus is going to be in conjunction to Mercury retrograde. So it can mean that you're kind of sharing something that you have been creating with a group, or you're revealing something to a friend about your love life, your children. It can also be an opportune time to mix with other creatives, or potentially let a friend play like matchmaker. Like somebody might introduce you to somebody that can be like a really solid match. Now, in general though, Taurus, like you said, or like you heard me talk about in the intro, February is a lot. I know you've been feeling it because you've been seeing so many planets going through your 10th house, squaring you by sign, but you are just getting kind of slap because you're going to have several planets that are going to be squaring Uranus. Now, Uranus rules your career, your kind of responsibility, your bosses, maybe even parenting. So as you start to see these squares, you're going to feel tension, and you're also going to feel Uranus wake up this month. So February is kind of like you're awakening from what has felt like a period of kind of being stagnant. Uranus has been shaking things up in your first house, making changes when it comes to yourself, your body, and your identity since 2018. So if you're a Taurus placement that's anywhere between, I would say, 26 and 29 degrees, you're still at the tail end of Uranus transit. In the spring, in April, we're going to see Uranus leave your sign for good, and it's going to likely leave you, I think, a lot more kind of quirky, independent, authentic. So there is like a method to the madness. Now, what's going to happen here is Uranus is going to station direct on February the 3rd. So if you have anything around that 26, 27, 28 degrees, you're going to feel that jolt like a lightning bolt, which is pushing you to really evolve either what's going on with your career or with your physical body. This could possibly unleash some major personal breakthroughs that you have been kind of like marinating on and thinking about doing. Maybe it means that you've changed a lot more than you realize, and this direct station kind of like has like an aha moment for you. And it can be about your appearance, it can be about your confidence, it can be about your life direction. Perhaps it can also be a style revamp or a health epiphany that you have, and you're being a little bit more bold and assertive with kind of making these changes now that it's direct. You'll see throughout the month that there's repeated squares to Uranus in your sign, and this is going to be Mercury squaring Uranus on February 5th in your 10th house, where there can be sudden career news or a communication jolt. Venus, your chart ruler, will square Uranus on the 8th, where public image and relationship surprises can happen. And then the Sun in Aquarius in your 10th house will square Uranus in your first house, which can mean that there is some tension with an authority figure or like a reputation shock. And then finally, on the 27th of the month, we're going to see Mars in your 10th house coming into a square with Uranus in your first house, which I feel like can be a little bit more combative, especially if it's going to be involving like a business partner, a spouse, maybe being a little too competitive at work, can cause some tension. And it's almost like your ambitious action that you're taking in your career is clashing somehow with what you truly want. This is about really taking your vision to the next level. So yes, there can be tension like unexpected job offers, boss shakeups, financial curveballs, or tech glitches that kind of force you to innovate how you show up professionally. These aren't punishments, Taurus. I think they're really liberation from outdated kind of security blankets. Now, Venus, your ruler, will enter into Pisces on the 10th. So this is going to be pretty positive for you guys. Landing in the 11th house, where it's really turning friendships and group activities and long-term wishes and community into like pure magic. I think love can feel very spiritual during this transit. You can be more compassionate with friends. You can be surrounding yourself with people who are very dreamy and kind of creative, and expand with people who feel like they're meant to be a part of your tribe. This gorgeous trine that you're going to see to Jupiter in Cancer that's going to be taking place on the 22nd, I think is really wonderful. It's one of the month's kind of most, I think like manifestational peaks. And there's abundant opportunity when it comes to flow through networks, ideas, or siblings. Perhaps a lucky collaboration with a friend, a wish is granted, or there can be just like a really beautiful, heartwarming kind of group event. Especially like sound bowl meditations, anything that's connected to art, anything that's connected to music. So if there's anything like that that you get invited to, I would go. And then we will see Venus conjunct Mercury on the 28th. And this is adding a bit of like reflection to maybe a romantic review, maybe your goals. Maybe it's going to be an opportunity for you to kind of meet somebody, like I said. And there can be a reconnection with a prominent like female friend that can kind of come back into your circle. Now, on the 6th of the month, you're going to see that Mercury is going to enter into Pisces. So now Mercury joins Venus, and it will be conjunct the North Node around February 11th or 12th. And this is where fated destiny calls through friends or through dreams. With that trine to Jupiter on the 16th, there is going to be lucky or intuitive communication. And then on the 26th, Mercury is going to station retrograde in your 11th house. Mercury rules money, Mercury rules creativity, children, and romance. So you're reevaluating your goals when it comes to making money, who you need to network with, what you're creating, what you're sharing with other people. And I do think that there is going to be this feeling that with the retrograde, which will take place February 26th through March the 20th, it's prompting you to kind of revise your goals or your social plans. So like parties can change, plans can change. It could also mean that there's changes going on with group projects. You have to double check your social commitments, and you may be surprised to reconnect with old friends that can kind of help support you and clarify your dreams. Now on the 1st of the month, we're going to see a full moon that's taking place in Leo around 13 degrees. So if you have anything 12, 13, 14 degrees of Taurus, this is going to square you. This is happening in your 4th house of home and family, in emotional roots. So it could be your actual physical home, your family, something that deals with property or real estate, something that deals with one of your parents. And a full moon is a release. So you're releasing prideful attachments, or maybe it's illuminating some of your family dynamics with a little bit of heart. Some of you guys might buy homes, you might move, there might be some kind of traveling for family, your family coming to visit you. It could also mean that there is a lot of communication kind of going on with family at that time as well. Then we're going to see a solar eclipse in Aquarius on February the 17th in the career zone in your 10th house. And if you have anything 27, 28, 29 degrees of Taurus, this eclipse is squaring you. So it's bringing up some of the same pressure that's kind of happening with some of the squares throughout the month. Listen, Taurus, here's the deal. This is starting to show you the direction of where your career is about to go. And it's going to unfold over the next 2 years. With the North Node going into your 10th house over the summer, and with continuing eclipses that are going to happen here, it's very clear that you're on the road to success. There is going to be a huge career change that's going to be happening. Some of you guys are going to launch businesses, you're going to work with friends, you're going to take on getting more involved in Aquarian kind of themes, science, tech, and probably you're going to find that it's going to be really, really good for you. And a lot of the pressure that you're kind of feeling all month long is like leading to this change that's going to kind of come. So when you have this eclipse in your 10th house, it's squaring Uranus. So you're going to feel the pressure of change. The sun represents your home. The moon represents communication. I do think that, there's radical new beginnings in your career, in your public role, your status, or with authority. For some of you guys, there can be sudden job changes or sudden promotions. You might pivot your career, or maybe there is this visibility that kind of disrupts things, but it's liberating you from something that doesn't feel like it's meant to be. Then on the 13th, we're going to see Saturn entering into Aries, and that's going to be going into your 12th house, where honestly, Saturn's not messing with you guys this year. It's in a hidden place that just wants to retreat and focus on spirituality and kind of channeling that inner spiritual warrior. I would recommend for my Taurus and Taurus risings, regular meditation. I do think you need to take adequate breaks from work and not be overdoing it, and you need a private space to be working from or working out in. Now, when this transit happens, a couple days later on the 20th, Saturn and Neptune are going to conjunct in your 12th house, which basically means your 12th house of the subconscious, spirituality, self-undoing, spiritual healing, past life related things. It's dissolving hidden illusions and fears or escapism while building spiritual discipline, which is why working out on your own or going to a heated sauna or having a private workspace that only you work in, or making sure that you're keeping a good nighttime routine, you're sleeping well, like is going to be incredibly important. But I do think that you're not really going to get kind of messed with from Saturn for several years. So you get a break there. And really it's about profound inner retreat time where the soul can rest, but you're still doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes. So meditation, therapy, or solitude yields long-term healing. The sun will enter into Pisces on the 18th of the month in your 11th house, shifting the focus to your dreams, your social life, and your community. While Mars on the 28th is going to be coming into a square with Uranus that is going to amplify career action. Likely this will come from a client, a business partner. There could be a little bit of tension between what you feel like you can do versus what you can actually get done. So Taurus, this month, I'm predicting that there is lots of career surprises, okay? And if you're not working, you might not go back to work. And if you are in a place where you're like, I'm content, you're gonna see some major changes with your company or with the bosses. You may have to really step up and kind of be seen front and center. And I think that this is good for you because that's kind of where you're going. Now, from February 7th to the 27th, all month long, there are a bunch of peppered in squares to Uranus in your sign. So this will lead to innovative roles or independence at work. Exalted Venus helps you with the support of friends and community, and the trines to Jupiter bring soul friends, community wins, and fulfilled wishes. This will be more February 10th through the 22nd. The eclipse in your 10th house is seeding a major public revelation. So perhaps you're getting ready to launch a project, maybe you're rebranding yourself. And after February 20th, there is a lot of hidden spiritual work that feels like a sanctuary. My advice for you guys this month is trust the jolts, guys. They're upgrading your foundation. Embrace Pisces kind of softness in some of your social realms. Get a little bit of culture and good music and good friends and food. I think that I would let go of rigid values. Your best days are going to be February 10th through the 22nd, where we see Venus exalted. We see that there's going to be trines to Jupiter. So you're going to be more magnetic. You're going to communicate well. And there is like a lot of manifestation and social joy. Practice caution on February 5th through the 8th, the 15th, and the 27th. And this is when planets are going to be squaring Uranus in your sign. So financial or identity shocks, the nervous system is going to be a little stressed out. Avoid any impulsive decisions like quitting your job, running away from home, right? Because you're going to feel like you want to do that. And it's not just a month that's about surviving change. It's about using the pressure to kind of turn into a diamond. So you're blooming into this version of yourself that I think is going to be stronger. It's going to be more independent. You're also going to focus on having support from, I think, really amazing friends as you kind of go through this. And honestly, miracles are really aligning when you release control. So you're going to see this as like a glow up. And from February on, things are only going to get easier as we finally start to get Uranus out of your sign. So you're really going to start to see the clouds part in that regard as we get closer to April. All right, Taurus. Well, let's take a look. Let's see, what do the cards say for you this month? What does Taurus and Taurus rising need to know? The card that I get is the Knight of Swords. Okay, so this can be that there's support coming from a Gemini, can be a Libra, can be an Aquarius. But I really feel like this is about you making an announcement. Like, it's really interesting to see all these planets go through your 10th house where there's just a bunch of like work. And then planets go into your 11th house where you can like rest and you can enjoy. And then Saturn-Neptune goes into your 12th. I almost feel like for some Taurus and Taurus risings, they're going out with a bang. It's like, okay, I'm finally retiring. And you make that announcement, people celebrate you. And then you're like, okay, I'm done. Or you're leaving a job and then you're taking a hiatus and then you're launching your own business. Like, there is some sense of needing to make an announcement this month. And so maybe that's what the Knight of Swords is. Maybe it's saying that you're quick, impulsive in how you're communicating. You're focusing on giving proposals or projects, or there's negotiations going on. Lots of opportunity for travel, although you don't really see a lot of travel unless there's planets going through maybe your 12th, 3rd, or 9th house. But maybe there's plans for travel, or you're kind of preparing for things that you're going to be going and doing later on in the year. Be bold, be assertive. Don't take any slack from anybody with some of the squares to Uranus, because I feel like work is going to push you to the point where you're going to be like, you know, who's the boss around here? And then you're just going to like wake up when Uranus goes direct and you're going to start being more assertive. And you're going to realize that this is necessary for you to release some of the pressure and kind of get out of old, outdated ways of working. I hope it's a great month for you, Taurus. You guys will have to let me know what happens, and I'll see you back here in March. What's up, my Geminis and Gemini risings? Welcome to February 2026. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to be back with y'all and talk about what is happening in the skies this month. As always, I'm going to talk a little bit about your chart ruler and what's happening there. So as you know, you guys are ruled by Mercury. The month is actually going to start out with Mercury moving through Aquarius, fellow sister air sign. So it's been making some trines to your sun, moon, or rising. It's only going to stay there until about what appears to be, I think, the 6th of February. So the first couple of days, you may still find yourself focused on traveling, learning. Maybe you are making plans for travel. Maybe you're taking a course. Maybe it means that, you know, there's something shifting about your belief or your philosophy. And then on the 6th, you're going to see Mercury change signs and go into Pisces, where it's going to be spending quite a bit of time. Now, Pisces is your 10th house. So this is going to be about your career, your public image, your reputation, business. And we will see that Mercury will make a conjunction to the North Node in Pisces around the 11th and 12th. And you want to watch for that because that's going to give you the opportunity to tap into how to intuitively navigate your career. Ruled by Jupiter, eventually we'll also be making some trines to Jupiter, which seems to signal that there could be some job changes, which could lead to you making more money. I also think that with Mercury conjunct the North Node, there can be fated interactions with bosses and superiors, really prominent for job interviews or just kind of having an epiphany about what you should be doing work-wise. It will station retrograde on February the 26th, and it will go retrograde until about March the 20th. So between an eclipse that's going to be opposing this in March, between a Mercury that's going to be retrograde in this place, there's some major change that's kind of happening with your career. And, you know, the North Node is still here until the summer of 2026. So if you've been waiting to change jobs, apply for a new position, go back to work, if you're thinking about changing direction, it looks like that's going to start happening this month. Watch for when Mercury is retrograde conjunct Venus around the 28th, because I do feel like this opens the door to a role that feels more creative or it feels more personal. It can also feel more kind of like emotionally fulfilling. And there can be opportunities for kind of connections and love connections that can kind of happen at work as well. Now, Gemini, February really turns your quick mind to something that's more kind of like mystical and destined. Wherever Mercury goes is where you are, and it does not do as well in Pisces because it can be a little confused. So it's not cerebral like the air signs. It's more about trusting the gut, realizing and recognizing what's not so clear, what needs to be kind of redefined. So from February 6th all the way until mid-March, it's going through your 10th house. So your career communication will become more intuitive and it can become more poetic and compassionate. And you're going to find that ideas really flow from spirit rather than from logic. Yes, people are going to forget appointments. You're going to have emails that are going to go missing. There's going to be misunderstandings maybe with bosses. But I think that I would really watch that conjunction to the North Node around the 11th or the 12th, because conversations or destined career changes are likely to happen and they're like kind of fated. And destiny knocks through public roles for you. So perhaps there's a spiritual teaching gig. Maybe you're being more compassionate with your leadership and there's an opportunity to kind of get involved in a cause that you really love. Maybe there's a reputation shift that aligns with like your soul's purpose. Now, like I said, Mercury will trine Jupiter, so that's going to be happening on the 19th, one of the luckiest days all month, especially when it's more about bringing in more money, career expansion, getting recognition, feeling confident in how you're making changes at work emotionally, and financial ideas that can come from your intuition. Now that retrograde will start on the 26th at 22 degrees of Pisces. It'll go until about mid-March and it'll stop around 8 degrees. So if you have anything about 23 to 7 degrees of Gemini, sun, moon, or rising, this is squaring you. So naturally you're going to be like, who's kind of like running the ship here? Or like, what is happening? Or, you know, what am I doing with work? It's okay. You'll navigate this. It's possible next month there's going to be some changes at home that are going to be impacting where you're working, or changes with family that's impacting where you're working. So really until March the 20th, you're kind of in no man's land and you have to see what's going to be kind of playing out professionally. I do think that the conjunction to Venus on the 28th is good, but there is this need all month long to really review your reputation, your goals, who you're working for, what company you're working for, and how love and creativity kind of ties into what you're doing work-wise. Expect miscommunications and delays with public matters. So it's not the best time to be like taking on new jobs or launching businesses or signing, contractual agreements. I would revise presentations and also maybe kind of connect with people who can kind of support you making some big business decisions. And I do think that Mercury square Uranus on the 5th can bring a sudden belief shaking news or travel or tech surprises. So that'll be from your 9th house to your 12th. Not a great travel day for you guys. So if you're traveling around that time, expect potential delays. Now we will see a full moon in Leo taking place on the 1st of the month. This is going to be happening in your 3rd house. This is a travel house, right? This is a house that deals with communication, your siblings, your car, and it's illuminating ideas, and it's about releasing pride when it comes to your words. Let's say you need to buy a vehicle, you need to sign a contract, you need to launch a website, maybe you need to have a conversation with a sibling, or you need to plan a short distance trip. Not a bad time to do it, especially before Mercury kind of goes into the shadow. This can be a wonderful time for you guys to do some of these things. So be mindful of your words. Then on the 17th, you're going to see a solar eclipse that'll be taking place in the sign of Aquarius in your 9th house, where there's been a lot of action in January into February. Because it's in a fellow sister air sign, it is pretty friendly for you. Obviously, if you're a later degree Gemini at 26, 27, 28, 29 degrees, it's going to be trining you. And so air trines are more social. They're more about information. It's about logic, communication. And this is basically starting a new chapter for the better part of the next 2 years. The 9th house can be about marketing. It can be about legal situations. It could be about travel, booking flights, going on flights, going back to school, consulting with a mentor or a teacher, publishing, learning. I mean, it's a great house. This is like a house that has traditional associations with like Jupiter and Sagittarius. So it's like the bigger, I guess, like picture or like purpose when it comes to your life. So I think you guys are going to like it. It would not surprise me that, with some of the squares to Uranus, there is definitely some big shakeups in regards to what's going on in the world and how that's impacting your belief system or how that's impacting your travel. There will be courses, there will be journeys that will begin dramatically for a lot of you guys, and you'll see this unfold over the next 6 to 18 months. Now, Saturn will enter Aries on February the 13th, and that will be going into your 11th house of Aries. This is about being bold and daring when it comes to traveling, education, learning, connecting with other people, networking opportunities, and figuring out who your friends are. So some of you guys will start groups. Some of you guys will be making some major changes to your social networks. And then Neptune will come into conjunction with Saturn on the 20th. And in the 11th house, this can dissolve outdated dreams. It can also mean that you're really reevaluating who your true friends are, who you can trust. And your focus now is building soul family structures. The sun will be entering into Pisces on the 18th, and that will be going into your career zone, amplifying your career season for the better part of the next month. Gemini, I am predicting for you guys that there are going to be some faded things happening with your career. And you'll see this month, you'll see this next month, and there's still going to be at the end of the summer of 2026, there's still another Pisces eclipse in your career house. So you're kind of still climbing the career ladder. Some of you guys might be getting ready to retire, while others are kind of trying to figure out what it is they still want to do. Trust those intuitive hunches, because doors are going to start opening for you mid-month. The eclipse is going to be potentially sparking expanding adventure or marketing campaigns, school that might lead to changes in your career as well. And I think that retrograde is really reviewing your career with a sense of compassion, right? If you have water signs in your 2nd and in your 6th and in your 10th houses, for you to work and be successful and show up to a job, you have to feel good about what you're doing. So I think there's this sense of, if things don't feel right this month, you're going to start figuring out how you can pivot and what changes you ultimately need to make. My advice for you guys is trust those intuitive downloads. Your voice might be somehow shaping the collective in the next month or two. Your best days are going to be February 11th through the 16th, when you see the North Node conjunction and also Mercury trine Jupiter, where it's very lucky. Be careful on the 26th of the month, where you're starting to see Mercury retrograde. Definitely double check any public words or contracts. And I think the universe is really kind of expanding your mind beyond like just staying in the box. Like you're here to get out of the box now. And if you're realizing that you're not really aligned with what you're supposed to be doing professionally, you're starting to connect with groups and other people who can kind of help you get on the right path. All right, so speak your truths beautifully this month, my Geminis. Let's take a look and let's see what the cards are saying for you guys for the month of February. What do my Geminis need to know? Beautiful card. You guys get the Page of Cups. So this can be about some support that you get from a Cancer, Scorpio, or Pisces, but this can also be talking about a relationship that can be emerging. Business relationship, romantic relationship. I mean, your Mercury, Jupiter is other people. So I'm thinking about like Jupiter trining Mercury is there a professional alliance, you know, that kind of happens that helps open the door to bringing in more emotional or financial security? Are you taking on a business partner, right? Are you going to be having a conversation with a committed relationship being like, hey, this is what's changing at work. Like I need support. And they're like, look, I support you making this job change, or I support you kind of figuring out what you want to do. So it's going to be not only making you feel more secure financially, but it's more emotionally more than anything. It can mean that there can be love this month. Certainly, I think with some of the trines to Jupiter, that's possible. The full moon in Leo is also very romantic. So it can be kind of talking about expressing and sharing how you're feeling and connections that you're having with new people that you're kind of getting to know. And existing relationships will receive a lot of support and nurturing as well. There can be a potential new relationship that can kind of come from the Page of Cups, but this is about opening up and being like, oh, am I willing to receive that? You know, am I willing to allow this person kind of into my space, and am I willing to kind of share with them my deepest feelings and kind of desires? So it's still kind of getting to know somebody if it's new. But for existing relationships, there can be focus on where you're going as a couple, what you're building, and also potentially younger individuals, because pages can represent children. So I hope it's a beautiful month for you, Gemini. I think you guys are really going to enjoy it, and I'm sure that we will connect next month in March. Take care. Hey, Cancer and Cancer rising. Welcome to February 2026. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm so excited to be back with you talking about what is happening for the month ahead. As you know, you're ruled by the moon, so you're going to be pretty impacted by both the full moon in Leo this month, as well as the lunar eclipse that'll happen next month. So you don't have a lunar eclipse this month, you'll have it in March. But nevertheless, you know, because the moon is your traditional ruler, it's a really good idea for you guys to be looking at where the moon is, and it's changing signs roughly about every 2.5 to 3 days. So either use an app, you can listen to my Sunday astro weather. I do sell also transit calendars that you can download right into your Google Calendar or into your Apple Calendar. Click the links below if you'd like to see that. And always watch what's going on with the transits on your natal moon. But let's start with talking about the moons, because that's what you're kind of ruled by. So we are going to be seeing on the 1st of February, there's going to be a full moon that's going to happen in the sign of Leo. This is where the moon is in your 2nd house, the sun is in your 8th house, highlighting major themes revolving around finances. Finances are a big theme in February of 2026. Now, when you have a full moon in the 2nd house, it's illuminating major kind of culminations of money manifestation, wanting to buy something, trying to save, maybe feeling like you're more focused on your self-esteem, your security. That's been going on for the last like 6 months since the new moon that we had back in the summer of 2025. So you'll see a major highlight when it comes to something you're buying, something that you're receiving. There could be a windfall, there could be a big bulk payment that comes in, suddenly there could be more money, or there's a renewed sense of self-esteem. Then you're going to see on February 17th, a solar eclipse, which is planting a seed. It's a catalyst for change. It's action in your 8th house. So where the full moon was more my money, my possessions, what I own, the 8th house is more, well, what taxes do I owe? What bills do I pay? What's my debt at? What's my partner making? Or who owes me some money? So it can mean that with this eclipse that's coming in, it's highlighting those themes. It can also be highlighting intimacy, shared relationships, transformation, psychological healing, all of that stuff. So expect the unexpected. This is a solar eclipse that will play out for the next 6 to about 18 months. The sun represents your resources, the moon represents your body. So it means that there is a huge psychological shift revolving around your values and change. And change is guaranteed with eclipses, and it's doubly guaranteed when it's in your 8th house. Now, it might mean that you're changing something about your investment strategy, you're tapping into savings, you're kind of taking a stand when it comes to shifting your values with where you're spending your money, what you're buying, taxes, inheritances, child support, spousal support. All of these things can kind of come up when you have eclipses in the 8th house, and they can be shocking with some of the squares to Uranus, so be careful. Now, you're going to continue to see Jupiter. That's going to be in your 1st house. It is still retrograde until March, and this is really helping you focus on reevaluating what is healthy for me, what is my job, or what kind of service do I have, how am I healing my emotions, how am I focusing on my routines, and really kind of deciding what direction you're going to go in with either time management, pets, or work. So there's nothing changing there. You will actually see that there is a few trines that's going to happen this month to Jupiter, which is beneficial to sorting out either a health issue, a pet issue, also giving you a little bit of like extra boosted luck. So you will see Mercury trining Jupiter on the 16th. That's really great for travel plans or connecting with a mentor, a teacher, or somebody who's at a distance. And then on the 22nd of the month, you'll see Venus trining Jupiter, which could be really good for getting out of the house, traveling to visit family, planning a trip, planning education, and it's really going to feel good. And I think it's going to amplify your kind of emotional expansion and feelings of protection. But Cancer, my darling, February feels like it's almost like there's a grand reveal. Like there is a sense of really kind of feeling a little bit exposed with the eclipses that's taking place, especially in your 8th house. I think it can be deeply nourishing, and emotionally, this can be a very charged portal of transformation, which can feel uncomfortable at first, but it can actually bring a great deal of abundance your way. I think that, I know you guys are a sign ruled by the moon, so you're a little bit more sensitive, and this is, you tend to have a tendency to focus on tender kind of self-care, but there is this gentle push that's coming in this month that's saying it's really about going deeper when it comes to security. With Jupiter in your 1st house, you know, basically until June of this year, this is still a rare transit. You're not going to really start to see the effects of Jupiter until it wakes up in March. It's the great expander. So it's expanding yourself, your identity. It's also about your appearance. Some of you guys are traveling, you're teaching, you're publishing. Others are pregnant. Others are focusing on healing their emotions and healing their health. So this is a rare long glow up cycle that only comes around every 12 years. And maybe you feel like your presence isn't as big as you would want it to be right now, but you're going to find March, April, May, June, it's going to be a lot more magnetic and you're going to see the full potential. But this month with some of the trines that you're going to be getting, it's going to feel a little bit more emotionally supported. You're going to feel a lot wiser and you're going to feel good for checking in with your gut. And I think that you'll start to see the blessings that are going to start to kind of manifest in the next couple of months. Now, for the full moon that we're going to have, like I said, you have that in Leo, okay, on the 1st. And this is a house of personal values, self-worth, dramatic, heart-centered, you know, focus on money and possessions. So this may be a time where you're releasing feelings of like scarcity mindset. Maybe it means that you're letting go of prideful attachments and maybe your financial, you know, kind of esteem is shifting and you're getting recognition. This sets the tone for emotional release when it comes to whether or not, you know, you equate your self-worth to numbers in a bank account. Then we're going to see on the 3rd, Uranus is going to station direct in Taurus in your 11th house of friends. And this basically has been retrograde for several months. When Uranus wakes up, it's kind of activating your 8th house. So it might mean there's suddenly some support coming from friends or financial support or emotional support. And this is about your friendships, your networks, your groups, and your long-term hopes. So after months of Uranus having kind of gone through an inner review, now there's sudden breakthroughs. And maybe you're arriving in social circles that are brand new. Maybe you're getting back out there and making friends. This is also about your aspirations and your goals being supported by community. And this can also mean that you're kind of collaborating with new innovative friend groups. Maybe wishes manifest unexpectedly, and there could be definitely a sense of feeling like if there's outdated alliances that certain friendships might shift very dramatically. Now, throughout the month, you're going to see repeated squares that are going to be happening from planets in Aquarius in your 8th house to Uranus in your 11th house. The first one is going to be on the 5th of February, where Mercury will come into a square with Uranus. And so this is putting pressure when it comes to, anything that's connected to, what is hidden, what's behind the scenes, what's not seen. And maybe it's making you shift the way that you look at values and your friendships and security. It can bring some surprising news. It can also bring some surprising financial news or some kind of mind-shifting ideas. And then Venus is going to come into a square around February 8th. So there could be some financial jolts. There could be some changes in relationships. On the 15th, the Sun will come into a square with Uranus, and that could potentially create a little bit of a standoff in a financial situation. If there's friends who owe you money, if you've been invested in groups or in businesses, you might be kind of pushing to get your money out of it. And probably some major kind of surprises when it comes to just who you're aligning with, to be honest with you. And then finally, we're going to see on the 27th, Mars will square Uranus. So this is some kind of bold, rebellious action around, your finances and your friends. And it's kind of releasing you from feeling like there is this sense of like rigidity that's been kind of happening. And it's trying to kind of push you to kind of come out of this period of self-reflection and kind of transformation and get back out and socialize, or get back into your network groups, or get back online, that kind of stuff. Now, let's see. So these disruptions can kind of feel chaotic, maybe not as much for you as the other signs, but I think they're really kind of like freeing you from feeling like you've been in the dark or you've been alone, and it's pushing you to kind of connect with people who are also going through similar changes. So I've seen like a lot of Cancer and Cancer risings who are working with like spiritual groups, astrology groups, they're working with trauma groups, they're collaborating and learning about new financial investments through online groups. So you might have an interest in any of these things. And it's pushing you towards just having more authentic expansion when it comes to your social connections. Now, on the 6th of the month, you're going to see Mercury is going to leave Aquarius. It's going to go into Pisces. This will be in your 9th house and a fellow sister water sign. So it's friendly for you, Cancer. This is the house that is really going to be about higher learning, traveling, booking flights, anything that's connected to mentors, teachers, gurus, education and courses. And Mercury is connected to the 12th house of like study and the subconscious and spirituality, and the 3rd house of learning. So some of you guys might be learning about other cultures, or planning a foreign trip, or you're learning a language, or you're picking up books that are going to be on spirituality. And it has this more intuitive kind of compassionate vibe when it's in Pisces. So it's perfect for spiritual studies, travel plans, or teaching from the heart. Although I will tell you guys, as of the 8th of February, Mercury is going to be in pre-retrograde shadow. So if you have to book any flights or anything, I recommend doing it before that. And then Mercury will turn retrograde later in the month, which could cause some delays with travel and also with education. Now, with Mercury conjunct the North Node, that's going to happen around February 11th through the 12th. There is like this fated destiny moment. Perhaps there's a karmic teacher that comes into your life. There is a course that you find that's perfect, or a journey is calling you forward to go and kind of explore. Writers retreats, artist retreats, traveling to a foreign land for kind of like a spiritual meditation or kind of study would make a lot of sense. And I do think that it can be places that you either haven't been to, or places that are you're not familiar with. So I would watch the Jupiter trine on the 16th, where Mercury trine Jupiter might mean that you connect with like a teacher or somebody who's like inviting you to study with them, or inviting you to kind of visit and work with them. It could also be positive because this could be lucky intuitive downloads that are helping kind of expand your identity and your confidence and your sense of self. Ideas will flow very kind of abundantly. So this is going to be bringing up a lot of emotional protection for you and a lot of emotional growth. Now, Venus will enter into Pisces as well on the 10th of February, and it'll be going through the 9th house. And this basically is now turning beliefs, travel, and education and distant connections into pure magic. Long distance relationships, traveling to visit family, traveling with a partner. It could also mean that you're traveling with friends. Like there is some kind of theme kind of connected here. And Venus likes being here. I think that romance may bloom through studies or through training or education or faraway adventures. Look cute while you go to the airport because you can meet somebody with some of these transits. And the trine will also happen to Jupiter around February 22nd. It's one of the peak periods for you all month long because you're going to feel like there's like this abundance that's kind of coming in faith, learning, or journeys. Maybe a lucky trip, maybe it's an inspirational kind of book or course that you're taking, or just really heart-expanding romance. I love that trine for you guys. I would just really watch where somebody's saying, hey, do you want to come? I'll pay for it, or come and take this course. It's going to be about love and relationships, or it's going to be about kind of connecting with community and talking about healing. Anything like that, I would really consider going to. All right, so we talked about that solar eclipse in Aquarius on the 17th, but just as like a recap, this is the house of intimacy, shared resources, transformation, death, and rebirth. So, with some of the squares to Uranus, there is radical new beginnings here. You're going to feel a little kind of shaken up. Maybe there's shared financial shifts like inheritances, dealing with investments or debt. But some of you guys might experience like a spiritual or like a psychic awakening that's around power dynamics and money. And the eclipse is kind of seeding quantum leaps in trust, vulnerability, and merging. So expect the unexpected when it comes to other people's money, and also just merging your resources with another person. So dealing with debt, loans, some of that stuff can definitely be a theme. Now, Saturn is entering into Aries again on February 13th, and it's going to be crossing into your 10th house. I want you to think back, Cancer, to what happened in, the summer of 2025, especially if you have any placements between like 0 and 3 degrees of Cancer, Sun, Moon, or Rising. Aries and Neptune went into your 10th house and it was starting to square you by sign. Here's the positive. Saturn likes being in the 10th house, right? Because it wants to be at the top. So top management positions, CEOs, running your own business, being somebody who's a manager, like this is really what Saturn likes in the 10th house. So it can, over the next 2.5 years, bring you, I think, a lot more recognition in your career, but you have to work for it. Like you're going to have to work. Saturn also represents your relationships and joint finances. So I could see a lot of you guys going into like a new business kind of alliance, or maybe somebody's going to be saying, hey, I want to invest in your business, or yes, you get the business loan, go and do it. And it's about being pioneering and entrepreneurial. So you may suddenly say, oh, now I want to work, right? Or now I want relationships, or now I want to bring in clients. Some of you guys might start new jobs. Others are going to be segueing into other positions. Others will be seeing that it's a time of retirement. It really depends on your own personal chart. But the 10th house in your career is also about your reputation and your public life and your long-term goals. So this is kind of like a really big deal because Saturn and Neptune are going to be meeting on the 20th. So this is kind of like the crown jewel where it's dissolving old illusions or escapism around ambition while grounding spiritual dreams into mature, courageous structures. Career feels like it's a spiritual calling for you now. Maybe you're releasing foggy goals and you're adopting more of like a disciplined vision. This is going to be beginning a 2-year cycle of kind of blending meaningful kind of work with authority. And you're going to see things just be like taking off like a rocket basically between now and April. So look forward to that. Some of you guys would benefit by working with a partner, working with a spouse, working with a career coach, talking to an astrologer about what kind of work you should be doing because of that connection with Saturn. Neptune, on the other hand, is going to be dealing more with like teaching, publishing, legal matters, traveling, school. So some of you guys are still going to school for your future career. Some of you guys are trying to launch a book, become authors. Others are becoming teachers. So it really depends on what it is that you want to do, but it's important that you start something. It's important that you show up. Now you're going to see the sun enter into Pisces, and that's going to be happening on the 18th, where the sun goes into your 9th house, and that is going to be really kind of lighting up the themes of your belief system, education, and expansion. Yes, some of you guys might be spending money on school or traveling, but that's kind of expected. And then you're going to see Mercury will station retrograde in Pisces around the 26th, and it will continue retrograde until March the 20th, okay? So Mercury is about what's kind of hidden, foreign lands, communication. So some of you guys might be exploring, oh, do I want to be starting an international company? Do I want to go back to school? Do I want to be traveling for work? Or am I learning about marketing or advertising my business? So that can be some stuff that's coming up. Certainly with Mercury retrograde for the next month, you know, you have to expect international travel. There could be some snags and some delays, missed flights. Double check your documents. Make sure you have everything when you're traveling. Do not leave anything at airports or in cabs, because I could see some of you guys that are like, oh my God, I left my camera, or I left my cell phone or my computer or something like in an airplane seat. Make sure everything probably has like some kind of air tag or something on it so you can track it, because Mercury rules things that go lost or get lost. And I would also say that some of you guys might be trying to kind of seek like transcripts or things that are connecting to education, and they may be hard to find. Do not book travel during this time, okay? If your travel's already booked, you just have to be prepared for some of the delays. This also means you have to review your beliefs about travel or education and take off the rose-colored glasses and see things clearly. Maybe reconnect with past teachers. It can also be a good time to connect with like other alumni or revise some of your travel plans. And then you're going to see on the 28th, Mars is going to be sitting at the eclipse degree, which is going to be in your 8th house, which is promoting action. So I think a lot of you guys are going to either get ready to spend money on travel or education. That's kind of the vibe that I get. And my predictions for the month in general is just emotional and financial abundance surges. And thankfully, you're going to be receiving some trines mid to late month. Perhaps you'll see some increased income via intuitive work or family support, and definitely some self-worth boosts. And the eclipse is really highlighting intimacy breakthroughs, so deeper kind of soul bonds, shared resources, potential windfalls, or healing old traumas. I do think that your career post February 20th feels purposeful, it feels structured, but I know there can be a sense of still doubting, how is this all going to work out? Just show up, give it till April, you're going to start to see things kind of transform. It's possible some of you guys are going to have a promotion or a role that feels more aligned with your purpose. And obviously all of the squares to Uranus is going to be kind of jolting things about your world or your social views, but it's kind of freeing up some paths for you. I would lean into, obviously, you're just the Jupiter retrograde. Listen to your intuition and your intuitive nature. Trust that security flows from being in alignment with your feelings right now, and be mindful of like building up any walls against change. Nurture your first house, Jupiter, by saying yes to intuitive expansion. I think your best days are going to be February 16th when Mercury trines Jupiter, where you're going to have some lucky identity growth or intuitive abundance. And also the 22nd when Venus trines Jupiter in your sign, and that's like peak emotional kind of protection. I do want you guys to be cautious of what's kind of happening on the 27th when Mars squares Uranus, and I want you to be careful with impulsive risks with shared money and resources, especially between friends, so borrowing and lending, and try to temper any kind of conflict that can kind of come up online or with social groups. This month is really about kind of like letting, you know, things wash away what does not nourish your soul. And if you do need to be traveling in order to do that, so be it. If you do need to be going back to a spiritual practice, so be it. I think as we're getting later into the year, you're going to start to see that you're really emerging in a much more powerful kind of authoritative way. And also feeling like more confident in some of the kind of initiative that you're taking out in the world. So I think, it's going to be a big change for you guys, especially financially. So let's see what the cards have to say for my Cancers and Cancer risings. Wow, you get the 5 of Wands too. Very interesting. I think Aries got that, right? And it's funny because, you know, I mean, it's not funny, but, you know, we see all of these conflicts that are going to be starting to brew when planets are going into the cardinal signs, because they're going to be squaring you. So you're going to feel like life is coming at you from all different angles. This is basically saying you can either fight and resist change, or you can get the show on the road. And I think rather than feeling like there needs to be this arguing or conflict over financial situations or security, I would be leaning more into, all right, let me get some feedback, right? Like the 9th house could mean, let me check in with a spiritual counselor. Let me talk to a mentor. Let me work with a guidance counselor. Let me go back to a guru and get some advice so you don't feel like you're just kind of pushing against the grain, that you're going against or you're resisting change. Especially when like the Saturn-Neptune transits go into Aries, if you're like an early degree Cancer, Mars is really going to be highlighted, and Mars is in your 8th. So it means you have to be willing to take some financial risks, or you're going to be taking some investments, some savings, or a loan to push you forward with launching a business. So rather than struggling and doing some of this stuff yourself, you need some support, or you need like a solid kind of spiritual practice to keep you grounded while you're going through some of this change. Watch out for competitiveness, especially with friends, or if there is any conflict or squabble with friends or social groups over borrowing and lending. I think that could be the other reason why this is kind of coming up for you this month. Okay. I like the eclipses in the 8th house and the planets in the 8th house because it's like, yeah, pay me. You know, this is what I'm worth. So a lot of you guys have had money that's been delayed that's now going to start coming through. But others are going to be feeling like, okay, well, now that I have this money, what am I doing with it, right? Am I taking kind of like a hiatus from work? Am I going to be traveling? Am I going to be like learning? So you will have some buffer until you're getting into about March and April, which is going to be much more about your career. All right, guys. Well, good luck. Enjoy those moons, and I'll catch you back here in March. All right, we've got Leo and Leo rising. What's up, Leo? Welcome to your February 2026 horoscope. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to be back with you today. We are going to talk all about the themes of this month, and obviously the sun rules your chart. So we are going to be talking about some bigger transits happening with the sun. The month actually begins in February with the sun going through your opposite sign, Aquarius, in your 7th house. There's been a lot of attention on your 7th house, whether this is your clients, if this is your marketplace, if this is your romantic relationships, your committed relationships, your spouse, a therapist, a partner of sorts, like it's other people. And so that energy continues into February. You're going to see your one-on-one relationships are going to be really highlighted, especially until February the 18th. And then the sun is going to go into Pisces, where it will spend several weeks, where then it's going to be really focusing on intimacy, healing, shared resources, taxes, and just kind of merger with other people. And we know when planets go through the 8th house, there is a significant change. So we have a solar eclipse that's going to be also happening in your 7th house, which is like a hard reset when it comes to romantic relationships. And those of you guys who are single, it's launching a new 2.5-year kind of cycle where there's going to be more focus, I think, on committed partnerships, maybe marriage, partners of destiny, you know, connecting with new people. And then obviously we're going to have a full moon that's going to be in your sign. So there's a lot of things happening for Leos this month. I think that February 2026 really kind of puts you center stage in a lot of ways, literally and cosmically. So let's start with the full moon that happens on February the 1st. That's going to be taking place in your 1st house of self at 13 degrees. So if you have anything 12, 13, 14 degrees of Leo, sun, moon, or rising, this is very personal for you. This really dates back to last summer when there was a new moon that happened in your sign around 2 degrees that was in opposition to Pluto. So it means that you were learning to focus on your values, your money, your resources, your goals, and you were feeling the pressure of resistant or reluctant partners, or people who were doomsayers, or people who were kind of saying, oh, things aren't going to work out, or there's going to be difficulty. Or maybe there was like issues that a partner was going through a crisis. Maybe you were having some kind of power struggles with family. And so this dates back to that. So you have this full moon now that comes through your 1st house of self, where it's illuminating your appearance, your identity, your vitality. And it's like your personal power portal. So a lot of Leo and Leo risings are going to have a beautiful kind of glow up with this full moon. It's illuminating who you are at your core, and it's urging you to release any kind of like prideful masks. And it's about shining unapologetically or celebrating like a bold new self-reinvention. I am expecting for a lot of you guys, because obviously the sun rules you and it's in the 7th house, and the moon is about kind of your intuition and your emotions in the 1st house, is that it's really just saying it's time to celebrate who you are and expect emotional peaks maybe around visibility and confidence, or how other people kind of see your light. It could be a proud moment for some of you guys in the spotlight, or a heartfelt release of old doubts of self and also relationships. Now, we will also see that solar eclipse that's going to be taking place in the 7th house. That's going to be around 28 degrees. So if you have anything around 27, 28, 29 degrees of Leo, sun, moon, or rising, that's directly opposing you. And that's a big energy as well. And I'll get to that in a second. Now, throughout the month, we're going to see a lot of repeated squares that are going to be happening to Uranus and Taurus. The sun will be one of them. So kind of like the 15th through the 18th, there's going to be a lot of energies that are squaring Uranus, which is going to bring some tension. And it actually starts earlier in the month when we see around February 5th that we're going to have Mercury going through the 7th house of relationships, and it's going to square Uranus in your 10th house of career. So this can really jolt partnerships with surprising news or communication. There could be an influx of like clients coming in or people who are interested in working with you. And then on the 8th of February, you're going to see Venus going through the same square from your 7th house to Uranus in your 10th house, which could honestly bring relationship surprises or value clashes between you and a spouse. They may be saying to you, you're working too much, or you're not doing enough, or they could be really kind of frustrated with their home or their family or their living situation, and you're like, what? It can also manifest around the 15th when your chart ruler, the sun, comes into a square with Uranus, and it can really highlight tension in how you connect. There can be sudden awakenings, there can be breakups, separations, and divorces. But it can also mean that this is about really changing and transforming relationships and collaborations and really needing more freedom. At the end of the month on the 27th, Mars in Aquarius in your 7th house will square Uranus. And that does mean that there is going to be some pretty bold action or conflicts that are going to happen in partnerships, and where like relationships who you have at work or client relationships you have at work just feel like they're just bumping heads. These aren't meant to be destructive. They're meant to kind of clear space for more authentic bonds that kind of honor who you are individually. The full moon's saying that, the solar eclipse is saying that, and I really feel like it's quite a lot of change that's happening with other people this month, and it's going to be whether or not you get sucked into that. Now, the positive is that Venus is going to go into Pisces around the 10th of the month. It will be dipping into the 8th house, which is definitely a little bit more of like an intimate, kind of private, taboo, sensual, kind of hidden zone. And this is the house of intimacy, right? This is about shared resources, transformation, the occult. Venus here is really sexy, it's dreamy, it's compassionate, and there's a lot of magnetism. So it is possible that there is like this deep merging that feels healing, and that can be sexually, spiritually, financially. And this can also be really positive for just kind of getting down to the details and learning how to communicate and connect with the partnership and practice vulnerability. Now, you will see a trine to Jupiter in Cancer from Venus in your 8th to Jupiter in your 12th. And when this trine happens, it means that there can be a lot of like spirituality and subconscious healing. Really prominent dreams can happen as well, and like good money stuff. And then we will also see on the 22nd, we're going to see a trine between Venus. So actually, I take that back. Mercury will trine first, and that's going to be on the... Oh, no, I take that back. No, that was right. On February 22nd. So you see the trine between Venus. So this is manifestation magic. This is also going to be about emotional healing, psychic gifts, or lucky shared finances, and kind of good money things that are going to be flowing. Then into February 6th, we will see Mercury go into Pisces, okay? So on the 8th of February is when the pre-shadow begins. So we're going to start to see the effects of the Mercury retrograde that's going to take place. Mercury represents your money, your resources, your values, and also your friendships and your goals. So as Mercury goes into the 8th house now, it will conjunct the North Node, which is about fated deep insights and karmic bonds and doing research. It will trine Jupiter on February 16th, which is good for intuitive abundance and the hidden realms. And then you're going to see it station retrograde on the 26th, where it will go retrograde in Pisces until the 20th. Now on the 28th, you're going to see Mercury retrograde conjunct Venus, where it's going to be revealing something to you about your partner's money. It might mean you're reviewing intimacy, debts, psychological patterns. There can be debt consolidation. There could be debt forgiveness. This can also be a time where you're kind of shoring up tax-related matters, or maybe you're reevaluating your kind of plan when it comes to savings or when it comes to investments or retirement accounts. Now, I really feel like, you have to be very careful when you're dealing with other people's money. And that could mean your partner's spending. That could mean, maybe making some changes with banking. It can also mean that you really need to strengthen anything that deals with your password security. So anything that's like online banking passwords, PINs, because sometimes when we see Mercury connected to the South Node in the second, and it goes retrograde, you're like, wait a second, like, why am I locked out of my bank account? Like, why did that check not clear? And you have to really be looking at your transactions a little bit more carefully. And there can be some confusion in kind of talking about like money goals with a partner and not being on the same page with spending. I do think that it is also going to highlight clarifying some of your financial or your relationship goals and like really focusing on healing any trust issues. Now, on the 17th, you'll see the solar eclipse in Aquarius in your opposite sign. This is a doozy. It'll be at 28 degrees and it is going to be opposite you by sign, Leo. So I feel like where the full moon in your chart was more about being like, I know what I want and like I'm focusing on me, you know, then the solar eclipse is how other people are reacting or responding to that. So it's like a wild card. This can be a major clearing out of a relationship. If you've been in a relationship for some time and it's not working, it can also materialize as sudden pivots and changes with your partners where they're starting new things. Your 7th house can be a therapist. It can be astrologer. So I would really recommend for Leo and Leo risings, if you've never spoken with an astrologer before, doing so over the next 2 years is going to be really beneficial for you because Aquarius is connected to astrology. The North Node's there, eclipses are there. So it can be a wonderful time for you to connect to somebody who can kind of make you make sense of just exactly what's happening in your life and why there is this expansion for you and contraction that's going on for other people. Now, with that solar eclipse, it is a radical new beginning in relationships. So it may not happen exactly on the day of the eclipse on the 17th. It could be happening 2 weeks earlier. It could happen over the next year. This is the catalyst for change. So you will see over the next 6 to 18 months, there is this huge shift in regards to how you look at relationships. Aquarius might mean you're embracing open relationships, or you're open to dating again, or you want to date a different type of person, or maybe you're realizing you do want to get married, you do want to commit. But Aquarius is rebellious. So for committed relationships, you could see people who are kind of a little bit reluctant or resistant to make some of these changes. I do think the positive is that it does bring in soulmates. You can see sudden partnerships arrive. You're awakening to how you love, what you want. There's fated connections that can kind of disrupt things, but it also helps you evolve. And this seeds the Aquarius-Leo axis for the next 2 years, where there's quantum leaps in who am I versus who are we. Now, Saturn will enter into Aries on February 13th. It was there last year, but it's reemerging in this sign, in a fellow sister fire sign. So if you have anything 0 to about, I would say, 14 degrees of Leo or Leo rising, Saturn will be trining you this year. So it's actually quite friendly. And this is also the house that deals with, marriages, ceremonies, celebrations, graduations, teaching, higher education, publishing. And so you might be looking for a publishing agent. You might be looking for a business partner. You might be traveling with a partner. You might be having foreign relationships or long distance relationships, that kind of stuff. And it's going to connect with Neptune on February the 20th. And so in your 9th house of beliefs, this means that there is this emphasis now on beliefs, higher learning, travel, and philosophy that is now going to come into your life. And it's going to dissolve old illusions or kind of like dogmatic views while feeling like you're building courage, right? Or you're needing to really have a strong spiritual faith and focusing on long-term visions that feel purposeful. Some of you guys who are exiting relationships might be feeling like you need to travel to get away from people, or you need to talk to an attorney for legal reasons, obviously touch wood. It can also mean that you're potentially open to traveling or relocating more to meet people. There could be a really prominent relationship or a business partnership that can emerge. And suddenly, I think you're going to be waking up to the fact that you're like, oh, now I know what I want to do and how I want to connect with others. And somehow it's going to be tied to education or travel. And you'll see that unfold over the next couple of months. I think that this is going to be interesting because at least by sign, it's trining you. So it doesn't seem as difficult as some of the other signs that are going to be kind of going through this conjunction. Maybe you have never traveled alone before. Maybe you want to write a book, but you don't know how, right? Maybe you want to go back to school and get a degree, but you're afraid. Like these might be things that are kind of coming up for you over the next year. And then we're going to see on the 18th of the month, the sun is going to go into Pisces. So it's going to join Venus and also Mercury in your 8th house, shifting the energy more to deep transformation, healing, vulnerability, intimacy. And then you're going to see Mars on the 28th. That is going to reactivate the eclipse degree, and it's going to square Uranus. So it's almost like changes that are happening with relationships or partnerships are really pressing on a shift when it comes to your career and your identity out in the world. So rebellious partners, changes with clients, changes with business partners, is all really putting the pressure on you to kind of move forward and evolve something about your status or potentially even your career. Now, I'm predicting for my Leos and my Leo risings that relationship plot twists are going to happen, and it may not be just this month. You'll start to see the beginnings of it, but it's not really going to come full circle until later this summer when we see the South Node goes into Leo and the North Node goes into Aquarius. I guarantee that by the time the cycle is done over the next 2 years, a lot of you guys are either going to be leaving relationships you've been in and then suddenly meet somebody new, or you're going to be realizing that you're ready to totally commit to somebody, and like really prominent people will come into your life. Obviously, you have to look at your ruler of your 7th house and what that looks like. But I really feel like this is about these relationship twists that are kind of happening the 15th through the 17th. And then the squares to Uranus that are leading you to focus on authentic love and relationships. While the full moon in your 1st house is boosting confidence, and it's also about being dramatic and taking center stage. Perhaps you get some public acclaim or recognition or a personal breakthrough. And then after the 20th of the month, there is a huge belief upgrade in spirituality, education, and travel. I would really let your light lead this month. And you're going to see that's going to be the case this summer too. A lot of my Leo and Leo risings are going through dramatic relationship change ups, or people are taking space from partners and they're like not sure about what's next. And I would say, do not sweat it. As you get into the summer and Jupiter's in your sign and eclipses are in your sign, you're going to be thriving. Even if you feel like you're going to be alone for a little bit, people will come back. People are going to have interest in you, and people are going to see just how damn well you're doing on your own. And if you're in a committed relationship and you're not going anywhere, it just means that you have to kind of hold space while partners go through changes, and you can't like lose yourself in some of those shifts that are kind of taking place. So let your light lead. Don't dim yourself this month for anybody. Embrace vulnerability and intimacy with some of the planets moving through your 8th house. The best days are going to be the full moon for you on the 1st. That's peak Leo energy. The 22nd, when we see Venus trining Jupiter, and it's all about really opening up to being a little bit more vulnerable and compassionate and healing. Be careful on the 15th through the 17th when the sun squares Uranus, and then we also see eclipse, which brings up volatility in partnerships. And I would say avoid any rash decisions like getting in or out of relationships. And then February 26th, when Mercury retrogrades through your 8th house, you're reviewing bonds, tax, and financial documents very carefully. Make sure you're on the up and up with your security, with your finances. Leo, you're not losing your crown. You might feel like people are kind of testing you. I think you're just really upgrading, and you need your relationships to kind of reflect that as well. So I think this is just kind of like your coronation into like spiritual leadership with Saturn and Neptune kind of supporting you with this connection. So let other people hear you roar. All right, so let's take a look and let's see what Leos and Leo risings need to be expecting for the month ahead in February of 2026. What does the tarot have to say about this month? Love it. You get the Knight of Wands, which can be you if you're a Leo, Sun, Moon, or Rising. But there can be support that's coming from like an Aries or another Leo or a Sagittarius. This is also very much connected, I think, to like Mars, and Mars coming into a square with Uranus. And like part of it is the actions that partners need to be taking, to support some of your changes with either your relationship status or your career. Are they going to work with you? Or are they going to support you? And the 10th house also deals with their home. So like a lot of Leo and Leo risings are dealing with partners who are frustrated, or like relationships that aren't kind of evolving because partners aren't giving you clarity on whether or not they want to move in, or if they're going to relocate, or if they're going to want to get married, and you're just kind of like, we're going to keep it moving. We're going to keep it moving. I do think that this is about being bold and daring and like being adventurous. And so you'll find that you're more adventurous and open to the idea of making relationship changes, making career changes this month. This is also about really embracing that Saturn and Neptune in your 9th house and being like, okay, I have some kind of spiritual purpose, and like you're going through whatever you're going through, and like I got to go find myself in the process. And it's not that you're stepping away, it's just you're recognizing that you're being called to to other, other things. Like there's other things that you're being called to do. So whether it's travel, if it's school, if it's education, if you're feeling a little bit more wanderlust, follow some of that. It might give you a nice little reprieve from some of the stuff that's going on in relationship land. Good luck, Leo. I hope it's a good one. I'll catch you guys back here in March. What's up, my Virgos and Virgo risings? Welcome back to Beyond the Veil. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to get into the energies for February 2026. Oh, lots of exciting things are going on. So first things first is, we're always going to talk about your chart ruler. So Mercury is your ruler. It begins the beginning of the month actually going through Aquarius. And it'll be going through Aquarius, the area of your chart where it does very well, your 6th house. So this is about your health, your habits, your daily routines. It can be about your pets. It can also be about your coworkers and your office space. You've seen since January, there's been a lot of pressure there, right? Planets were coming into conjunction with Mercury. I've heard a lot of Virgo and Virgo risings that have been like, that's it, I have this bad habit I have to quit, or I'm working too much, or there's a lot of toxicity in the office, or I'm worried about what's going on with this habit. And now you're ready to make a change. So the 6th house is going to be highlighted not only because you're going to see Mercury moving through that house, but you will see an eclipse there that's going to be happening in this month as well. Now on February 6th, it's then going to leave where it's been in your health and organization sector, and it's going to go into your 7th house of relationships and partnerships. And it will stay there clear into mid-March. So you are going to have quite a long period of time to figure out, suss or sort out a relationship situation. Virgo, I want to take you back to the spring of 25, okay? In the spring of 25, you had a Mercury retrograde in Pisces, you had a Venus retrograde in Pisces, then you had a lunar eclipse that was kind of happening in your sign. Likely you were feeling like there was this back and forth pivot, or there was something changing in a relationship, or there wasn't a lot of clarity. Maybe you were getting in or out of something. Maybe you were trying to get a better understanding of what a partner was going through. This period of February and March feels very reminiscent to that for me. I think that when, Mercury goes into Pisces, it's not the strongest because it's not like cerebral and analytical like you, Virgo. It's psychic, it's intuitive, it's emotional, it's going to be reflective. So when it goes into Pisces, yes, you're going to be more focused on your one-on-one relationships, but you have to keep in mind, as of the 8th on, it's coming into shadow. So you will see that it's going to be kind of getting ready to turn retrograde, where can you decide that you want to take an ex back? Do you decide that you want to get back into therapy? Are you open now to dating again? Is there a misunderstanding or a delay that's going on with a relationship? Are you reworking your marketplace? Any of these things can be happening. And you are going to see that it is going to make a really nice conjunction to the North Node. And this will be right around February 11th and 12th in Pisces in your 7th. And then it will also trine Jupiter in Cancer in your 11th house, which is good for socializing, making friends, talking about your goals. And we will also see Mercury retrograde conjunct Venus, which is probably going to give you a pretty big definitive moment where you're realizing exactly who or what you want to hold on to and commit to. Now, Virgo, February 2026 turns your more analytical mind more into like a mystical compass in relationships because of Mercury's transit pretty much from February 6th on in Pisces. Now, communication can become romantic and whimsical, but it can also be more intuitive. It can be more empathic. You might feel like there are these really kind of soulful connections that are happening. And the conjunction to that North Node is karmic. There can be fated partners, therapists, astrologers, and fated conversations you're having in committed relationships. That's going to teach you some kind of like profound mirroring. So like you might be showing up in a way in a relationship and a partner shows that back to you. With Mercury trine Jupiter in your 11th house, I think that this is a lot of luck in connecting with an audience, connecting with a friend, somebody playing matchmaker. And there can be a lot of abundance when it comes to your social connections and your romantic expression, and it can feel really good. But Mercury will retrograde February 26th until March the 20th, and it's going to retrograde from about 22 degrees to 8 degrees of Pisces. So if you have anything 23 degrees to about 7 degrees of Virgo, it's opposing you. And so you're going to be kind of flustered because you're going to go, people are making sense. They are, kind of ghosting me, or they're not consistent. You're going to feel like people are very emotional and they're not like ready to talk about stuff. They can forget appointments. They can forget to call you back. And you can also see that they're kind of going through something and you're not really sure how to support them. So you can get a little frustrated. So it's important that with that retrograde, especially around February 28th, where Venus and Mercury conjunct, you're reviewing commitments. For some of you guys, you're going to feel like you want to call your ex back, or they're going to be reaching out to you and telling you how you feel. And you have to decide if you want to hold on to them or if you want to let them go. Now, I do think that, this is about reviewing how love and creativity plays a role in relationships. Watch for miscommunications or misunderstandings or people who are not meant to stay. If you do reconnect with ex or partners, make sure that you give it a little bit of time for this period to pass, because nothing is really solid or guaranteed until closer to the second half of March. And likely you can find that, issues that you've had in the past in previous relationships can be coming back up. On February the 6th, Mercury will be in your 6th house and it's going to square Uranus and Taurus. And this is going to bring sudden health routines or changes with your work and your habits, or some unexpected travel or change to your day-to-day. So that's going to be something that's going to kind of spark some change. And then on February 10th, Venus is going to go into Pisces. So this is a wonderful energy because Venus likes being in the 7th house. It's exalted in Pisces. This is where, if you're a single Virgo or Virgo rising, you can meet someone. It can also mean that they're foreign, they're beautiful, they're whimsical, they're charming. And you're going to see Venus trine Jupiter on the 22nd, which can bring beautiful unions in social settings, or meeting people through parties, or introducing a partner to friends. And then you're also going to see Venus is going to square Uranus before that. And that's going to probably bring some, radical changes when it comes to your work, your schedule, your daily life, likely challenging education or travel plans. But these kind of unexpected shifts can actually free you from feeling like you have to be perfect. Now, we'll have a full moon in Leo on February the 1st, and this is going to be in your 7th house, in your 12th house. And when you have this full moon in your 12th house, it's more private, right? It's kind of like, subconscious. It's your bedroom, it's your dreams. It represents healing. So it can also be a time that you need to kind of pay attention to your health. There's a lot of things coming up that talk about your health and your habits this month. And this full moon is the start of that. It's illuminating your hidden fears, or maybe it's about releasing, some drama in your love life. Maybe it means that you're feeling more creative and kind of spiritual, but you need a little bit of solitude, or you need some rest in order to kind of really enjoy that. Obviously, the 12th house deals more with like our subconscious and kind of emotional vibes, while the solar eclipse that's coming in on February 17th in your 6th house is highlighting more, where do I need to get organized? Where am I implementing technology for productivity? What is changing with my office, with my staff, if you own a business, where you're like, I need to hire an assistant, or I need somebody to watch the dog or take care of the kids, because you're feeling like you're just overwhelmed because you're taking too much stuff on. So in the 6th house, it will start a new 6 to 18 month cycle where there's going to be revolutionary new routines, jobs, and wellness paths. Breath work is encouraged, binaural beats or frequency healing, energy healing, working with like oxygen healing. All of those things can be helpful in calming the nervous system. And likely it's going to push you to kind of kick to the curb outdated ways of working or bad habits. Now, Saturn and Neptune will be moving back into Aries. Okay, so you're going to see that pretty much between like the 13th and the 20th. The 20th is when Saturn and Neptune are going to conjunct, and we have seen these two planets here in recent years. Like last year, Saturn and Neptune was in this part of the sky. Remember that Saturn deals with children, romance, and creativity. Neptune deals with relationships and anything that's about commitment, and they're going to be meeting in your 8th house, which deals with other people's money. It deals with insurance. It deals with intimacy related matters, healing, vulnerability, and it really wants you to build deep trust structures with another person. And so it might mean that you are going through a personal rebirth or rebranding period. You might be interested in occult related things, meditation, past life, regressions, hypnosis. But it also means that you're focusing on building better trust and intimacy with relationships. And that means that there needs to be transparency about what you really need financially or an intimate relationship, or if there's anything that involves joint finances and children. Now, I'm predicting for my Virgos and Virgo risings that there are a lot of faded relationship themes happening, a lot between the Mercury retrograde and also between the eclipses. If you are somebody who has managed to stay in a relationship throughout the last 2.5 years with Saturn, Neptune, and Pisces, congratulations, it passed Saturn's test. But now as these two planets move into the 8th house, it goes deeper. So when you experience traumatic loss, or when there is a big financial change, or if you're just feeling vulnerable, can you rely on this other person? Some of you guys are probably reconnecting to therapists also, or astrologers this month, and maybe talking about kind of healing some of the karmic things that have happened in relationships. But yeah, between all the relationship stuff with the retrograde and the eclipse that's really sparking some new habits and wellness, I think the retrograde is going to clarify partnership patterns, while the eclipses are prompting you to focus on kind of getting the show on the road with joining a gym. Maybe it's going to be about getting back to the doctor. Maybe it's going to be about new incentives to work out with friends, or to kind of build that into your schedule. My advice for you guys is heal overthinking in love. It's kind of like the spiritual co-creation that's happening with Saturn and Neptune now in your 8th house. It's not about analysis. So some of the best days that you're going to find are going to be February 11th through the 16th, where we see the North Node and conjunctions and trines from Jupiter, where there's destined luck in relationships. Be careful on February 11th through, be careful on February 26th, because we're going to see a Mercury retrograde that's going to be happening. So you have to double check your agreements, and I would not be having any major commitments. Launching a business contract, launching a business, launching new products, getting married, getting engaged, putting down money on getting married. I would say these things are going to become a little bit more clear for you as you're getting into later March and into April. And I'm excited to see what happens for you guys, because I feel like this is really about learning to get guidance from other people before you go deeper into a union or a relationship. So I think you're kind of learning to embrace getting other people's perspectives, and whether that's hearing more about how your partner feels, or you're getting an intuitive reading or a tarot reading or an astrology reading, working with a therapist, other people are going to be able to give you so much feedback and be able to kind of pinpoint, maybe this is not a healthy relationship, or are you sure you want to go back to that? They're also going to be able to kind of give you insight about how you can kind of better get support when it comes to your physical habits and also your mental or your emotional health. All of that comes down to delegating tasks better, and also being a little bit firmer with some of your new kind of parameters that you're setting with your work schedule. So I think you guys are going to do well. Let's see what happens with that Mercury retrograde. I want to see how many Virgos are like, oh my God, I freaked out and called my ex, or they told me they were coming back and then they disappeared. I mean, that stuff can happen. Let's take a look and let's see, what can we tell our Virgos and Virgo risings about the month of February? The card that I get is the Three of Cups. You know what I'm going to tell you. There's two sides to this card. There's one side where you're like, oh my God, I'm celebrating because, we finally were able to make it through, and we're able to kind of get together. And there's a lot of joy in celebrating and merging and, being together and reconnecting, right? And it can mean there's also a lot of joy in social groups. So there's going to be a lot of joy in two becoming three. I could see some Virgo and Virgo risings that are like, okay, well, now we are married and we're talking about having a kid, and that could be the two becoming three. I could see other situations where, there's a huge focus on friendships, and friendships are kind of helping support you if you feel like you're going through some changes in a relationship, and they can be playing matchmaker. So you might feel like with the Mercury retrograde, you're like, do I want this or do I want that? And you could see two different paths, and it's not just romantic. It could be business-wise. It could be two paths when it comes to, navigating. Well, do I want to go back to an old astrologer? Do I want to work with a new one? Do I want to get advice from this therapist? Do I want to work with a new one? Because you can change your mind when Mercury retrogrades. Intuitively, this card with the Mercury retrograde in your 7th can mean that if you're feeling like you're on the fence in a relationship and you're like, well, what's going on? Should it be them or should it be somebody else? And if you have moved on from a relationship previously and now you're entertaining new people, it can mean there's a third party interference where somebody comes in and they're like, I want you back. And you're like, what? And then there's like too many cooks in the kitchen. you know, or you could be finding out some kind of truth that's being revealed to you, you know, about your relationship. And it doesn't have to be bad. It could mean that, yeah, somebody's like, you know, telling you, oh, well, they told me that like they're really serious about you, you know, they're really crazy about you. And you're like, oh, I didn't know that. Okay. So other people are going to be kind of bringing something to the equation that's going to give you some kind of insight in your relationship. Lots to celebrate, but watch out for multiples during this retrograde. It's all about how you can really embrace going deeper with another person, and you need them to be solid and not kind of fishy, right, Pisces? Anyway, good luck, Virgo. I'll catch you guys back here in March. Let me know what happens. Hey, my Libras and Libra risings. Welcome to February 2026. Excited to be back doing your guys' horoscope for the month ahead. Obviously, you guys know we're going to be talking a little bit about Venus first and where Venus is kind of moving in the skies and some of the aspects that she is making in February. Well, at the beginning of the month, she is going to be continuing to be moving through fellow sister air sign Aquarius in your natal 5th house. Now, she is going through a house that deals with creativity, children, romance, hobbies, and having fun. So squeeze that extra bit of sweetness at the beginning of February until the 10th, where Venus is going to be changing signs and she's going to be going into the 6th house. So Libra, this basically means that the positive is Venus is moving into a sign where she's exalted. So Pisces in your 6th house are things like your coworkers, your pets. It's also about your daily routines, especially when it comes to your emotional flow and focusing on health and service or your kind of schedule. Now, when Venus goes through this part of the sky, it is a little bit more challenging because it does indicate that love is service. So you want to be really focusing on self-care, maybe investing a little bit more time and energy into bringing more beauty into your office space, feeling inspired by focusing on healthier habits and routines, flowers, healthy foods, and kind of being open to transformation when it comes to your wellness in general. Now, we are going to see before this ingress happens, there is going to be a square that's happening between Venus and Aquarius in your 5th house and Uranus and Taurus in your 8th house. This is friction, especially when it comes to intimacy, taking risks, or investments, and there can definitely be a lot of creative energy that's kind of coming through, but it can feel like it's kind of disrupting something when it comes to joint finances. And then we will see around February 22nd, when Venus is in Pisces in your 6th house, she is going to be coming into a trine with Jupiter in Cancer in your 10th house of career. So this is going to be really good for strengthening relationships in the office, focusing on health and habits, so you feel like you can expand more within your professional life and also just your reputation. And we will also see a conjunction between Venus and Pisces and Mercury retrograde, and this will be taking place on February the 28th. And so this almost means that you're kind of intuitively navigating, making changes with your offices, maybe making changes with closets, with your bedroom, improving your mental health and also your sleep habits, and maybe revising something about travel or study plans. So be mindful of that and just lean into your intuition while Mercury and Venus are kind of moving through this sign. Now, Libra, February 2026 is kind of like your invitation to infuse everyday magic and balance and beauty into the more practical corners of life. So it's kind of like your soul is getting to have the opportunity to weave more compassion and structure into your routines. This is also going to really highlight, like I said, health and habits. So whether that's seeing the doctor, going to the gym, taking your dogs or pets to the vet, and also just being of service while Venus kind of shines through her exaltation in Pisces. Now, this month feels like you're really kind of turning your daily world into more of like a poetic kind of sanctuary. But there's these other energies that are going to be kind of really, really, really big, that are going to be historical changes for you to really overcome some of your either health issues or emotional issues, and to really let go of letting go of the need to be perfect, embracing being a little bit more fluid and kind of aligned with what your gut or your soul is telling you that you need. Now, the full moon is going to start the month off. We're going to see that on February the 1st. This will be in your 11th house of friends, goals, allies, socializing, parties, And this is illuminating social connections, really about connecting to an audience. This is also great for networking, wish fulfillment, and community. And Leo is a sign that's friendly to you. It is dramatic. It's about being more heart-centered in the spotlight. And it's also about your social aspirations. This is really about releasing any prideful attachments to certain kind of connections, to certain friendships. And it's really emotional peaks around belonging or group goals. Some of you guys might feel like certain friendships are family, while others are going to be feeling like they're outgrowing certain goals and it's time to embody and embrace new ones that are kind of coming in. Wonderful for parties, get-togethers, and gatherings or group meetings as the moon is connected to your career. Now you're going to see on February the 3rd, there is going to be a Uranus stationing direct in Taurus in your 8th house. Obviously with, Uranus going direct, it means that for the last couple of months, it has been sleeping or it has been more internal. The 8th house deals with intimacy. It can also deal with psychic abilities. It can be about your shared finances, investments, tax-related matters. And this is about transformation through intimacy and connection with other people. So after the retrograde kind of rumblings, there is this sudden breakthrough that is kind of allowing you to have deeper bonds. It does deal with debt and inheritances or investments or kind of psychological kind of awakenings. I do think that it's really about having a more innovative approach when it comes to joint finances and really kind of liberating when it comes to revelation and trust and power dynamics with a partner. Uranus is connected to your 5th house of children, so there can be surprises connected to children or connected to kind of like investments, particularly that deals with like stocks and crypto. Now you're going to see that there will be repeated squares that are going to be happening from planets in Aquarius in your 5th house, which is dealing with romance, children, hobbies, having fun, that are going to square Uranus. So you're going to be feeling like quite the risk taker this month. You're going to be feeling like you want to kind of party and you want to have a good time. And really this is about liberating the tension as Uranus comes direct. It's going to start first on February the 5th, where Mercury in your 5th house squares Uranus, and there could be some surprising new ideas or kind of psychic breakthroughs or kind of creative opportunities. It's also going to be touching on surprising news with children. And then you will see on February the 8th, your chart ruler Venus will square Uranus, and this means that likely it's bringing unexpected shifts in love or self-expression and potentially feeling a little rebellious in romantic connections. There can also be value clashes that are coming up in investment or playtime. And then on February 15th, the sun in the 5th house is going to square Uranus, and this is going to be bringing up like ego-related matters when it comes to creativity and joy. And then finally, you're going to have Mars on the 27th in Aquarius squaring Uranus in Taurus. And this is probably going to be a little bit more bold and impulsive. There can be taking like financial risks, or there could be conflicts around relationships, romance, children, or projects. Now, it sounds like a lot, but honestly, it's happening in a sign that's friendly with you, right, Aquarius? And it's pushing on Uranus and Taurus, and it's going to cause some disruptions, but it's meant to kind of free you from rigid patterns when it comes to love, dating, or self-expression, pushing you more towards, I think, feeling authentic joy and just innovating something when it comes to having fun. Now, Mercury is going to be entering into the sign of Pisces. This will be happening on February the 6th, where it's going to leave your 5th house and go into your 6th house. Mercury does well in the 6th house because it is about organization and scheduling and being of service and business. It does connect to travel and learning as well as kind of your intuition. So when Mercury goes into your 6th house, really what it wants to focus on is what Venus is already doing. Daily routines, health, communication, but it's all turning intuitive. This isn't a water sign. So you're going to be kind of empathically evaluating, okay, who do I need to help? What do I need to help? There will be intuitive hunches that are going to help you. And this is about tasks feeling more inspired rather than like mechanical. Now, Mercury will come into conjunction with the North Node in Pisces around February 11th or 12th. This can be a fated destiny moment for you where there could be a karmic change with your health or with your job. Maybe you get some health insights or some news. Maybe a service path kind of calls you forward and there's a cause that you want to be involved in. And you will see that this Mercury transit will also come into a trine on the 16th with Jupiter. So some of these kind of intuitive changes to your schedule and your routine where you can get organized and get healthy is going to make you feel better about your work and also what you're doing. Now on the 16th, this is also great for intuitive work ideas, expanding your public image, or professional growth that is going to come like effortlessly, and it's going to be magic. On the 10th, we talked about Venus entering into Pisces, and as it moves through Pisces for the rest of the month, I think that service becomes very compassionate. You're going to find that this is about kind of attracting what you need magnetically. Work can feel healing and therapeutic, and you can really focus on your wellness kind of glow ups. And this is about spiritual routines. Maybe you need to bring in more art or music into your office. Maybe this is going to be about beautifying your kind of workout space, or maybe you're just connecting with a holistic healer. But I do think that it's also about helping others and having a deep sense of fulfillment through that. Now, Venus will also make a trine to Jupiter, which is one of your better days, and this is going to be around the 22nd of February, and this is where manifestation really peaks. So a lot of Libras and Libra risings are going to see lucky career boosts. If you're really kind of navigating in a more compassionate fashion at work, maybe you find a more fulfilling job or role, you can have a health breakthrough and or recognition for your balanced service that you're giving other people. Now, we will see a solar eclipse taking place in Aquarius on the 17th of February, and that'll be taking place around 28 degrees of Aquarius. So if you have anything 27, 28, 29 degrees of Libra, this is going to be trining you, and honestly, it's in a really great house. Now, the 5th house is all about creativity, self-employment. It can be about investments, particularly through the stock market or cryptocurrencies. There can be a lot of surprises that can come with eclipses. So we don't have to wait until the eclipse hits for there to be the themes that manifest. Some of you guys will see this start happening at the end of January. Others will see this unfold over the next 6 to 18 months. And really the 5th house solar eclipse is about radical new beginnings. You're going to start sudden passion projects. Some of you guys will start dating again. You're going to meet somebody. You're going to fall in love. Others are going to be finding there's a lot of focus on your children if you have children, particularly your firstborn, or children-related shifts that can kind of disrupt things, but also liberate you and your sense of self-expression. This is seeding, the North Node going into Aquarius this summer, South Node going into Leo, and it's going to be eclipses taking place from 2026 to 2028. So Libras are taking quantum leaps when it comes to being more authentic in their fun, potentially launching their own businesses, really loving creative or artistic affairs, good for romance, and amazing for creative self-expression or pregnancy. Now, as for the nitty-gritty, there are definitely some heavier energies that are happening for my Libras and Libra risings. If you guys happen to have anything 0 to about 3 degrees of Libra, Sun, Moon, or Rising, you are going to be going through some pretty gnarly Saturn and Neptune transits. Now, first things first is Saturn and Neptune have already been in Aries. So you have to think about what happened in 2025. When Saturn was sitting in your 7th house, it was bringing a sense of a sobering reality check when it comes to home, children, and relationships in the 7th house of partnerships. Some of you guys have been discussing moving with a partner. Some of you guys have been having to have better boundaries with relationships or family members as well, or you're re-envisioning what relationships could or should look like. You have also seen Neptune go into this house, which started to show you where other people are lost, confused, or quite frankly, draining, especially if you are the early Libra degrees. These planets have been opposing you. So on February the 13th, Saturn comes back into your 7th house, and that means that you're getting a little bit more serious with love. The positive is Saturn does well in the 7th house. It's all about being balanced and diplomatic, but the 7th house isn't just relationships. It could be business partnerships, your relationship to family. It could be working with a therapist, an astrologer, or seeking out just new connections and new clients. So when Saturn goes into the 7th house, it's really a historic alignment, because it only goes here every 28 to 29 years, and it'll be here for the next 2 years. Neptune is going to be there as well, and we're going to see that with the Saturn-Neptune conjunction that's brewing around the 20th of February, This is a very rare and historic alignment, and it's supposed to be dissolving illusions in relationships or codependency. It really wants to focus on bonds while building mature kind of spiritual structures. And relationships can feel challenging, but it is a brave initiation to ask partners, what do you bring to the table? How can you benefit me? Certain relationships that are not clear or not reliable or not ready for this commitment will dissolve, while other people will kind of come into your life throughout this transit. So pretty much February through April is when you're going to see like all of the energy with relationships. I think some Libras and Libra risings are going to suddenly feel like they want to get married, they want partnerships. Others are going to be saying, well, mine's not really working. And then people who aren't having relationship issues are going to feel very called to either move, particularly places closer to water, or they're going to be feeling called to start up a new business and be kind of offering something new to other people. Now, the sun will enter into Pisces around the 18th, and that is going to be joining Mercury and Venus in your 6th house. And this, for the next several weeks, is really going to be amplifying the themes of health, wellness, your work, and practical magic. On the 26th of February, Mercury is going to station retrograde. This basically means that it's going to be turning inward, and it'll be retrograde until about March the 20th. So because Mercury rules travel plans, anything that deals with foreign countries, business, sleep routines, you're reevaluating your 6th house area, and you're really being asked to, review your routines. Maybe go and get a checkup, get back to the gym, focus on service with compassionate kind of hindsight, and reconnect with past work patterns. This is really about clarifying daily harmony. You might switch jobs. You might have some changes with your office or with your staff. So try to navigate that as intuitively as you can, and watch for when Mercury is retrograde and conjuncts Venus around February 28th, because likely you're going to have an intuitive kind of feeling about how you want to navigate your health or your routine. Some of you guys might change offices too. I would also keep an eye on the health of your pets, because with Mercury retrograde conjunct Venus, it does seem like your pets might need a little bit more TLC. And watch also on the 28th of February, when Mars in Aquarius in your 5th house comes into a square with Uranus. This is going to intensify kind of creative energy, surprises when it comes to investments, surprises with relationships, and taking romantic action. Libra, I think that, in terms of what I predict for you guys, or like the scenarios that can kind of manifest, is that your daily routines and health feel more soulful. And it's about, especially around February 10th on, when exalted Venus is in your 6th house, you're going to start a new wellness routine or practice. Maybe there is a fulfilling job shift. Maybe you're healing something finally, and there is creative work that feels very inspiring. That eclipse in your 5th house is definitely sparking some romantic drama or project births. Keep in mind, it's going to take time for this to kind of unwind. But those Uranus squares are going to jolt fun and creativity and kind of free up some opportunities for you to take some risk, especially financially. Post February 20th, partnerships are going to deepen, or you're going to start to see certain relationships erode. So remember that you need more maturity when it comes to relationships. You have to be more mindful of the red flags and be paying attention to where partners can steer you the wrong way. For some, commitments will solidify over the next couple of months. For others, the illusions are going to start to kind of clear, and you're going to realize this may not be the path that I want relationship-wise. Look forward to the trines to Jupiter, because that's definitely going to bring you career abundance through more balanced service and also harmonizing with your routine. I would say beauty this month is not just aesthetics. That's what Venus in the 6th house teaches us. It's kind of the courage to roll up your sleeves and do the heavy work. And that means sometimes you have to care for a partner. Other times it means that you have to be willing to make sacrifices in love. This is about loving fiercely and serving compassionately amid what might feel like an uncertain situation in your life. Embrace some of the flow with the Pisces energy in your 6th house and let go of over-accommodating other people. Boundaries are necessary for you to keep your wits about yourself. Your best days are going to be February 10th through the 22nd, where Venus is exalted and we see some trines to Jupiter, where there is lots of good health manifestation and work manifestation and career growth. Be careful February 6th through the 8th and the 15th and the 27th, because planets are going to be squaring Uranus, and you want to avoid any impulsive things when it comes to romance. unnecessary gambling or risk. And also you have to really watch your temper or watch for some surprises in the love department. From February 26th on, during the Mercury retrograde, you have to double check your work or your health details. You might revise service plans gently. You might also reconnect to healthcare practitioners, a vet, and you might find that there's some communication issues with people who you work with or changes with your schedule. I think all overall, you're really figuring out how to harmonize your routine while you might be feeling a little overwhelmed with some changes that are going on in relationships. Look at this as your chance to really kind of bloom and focus on finding the balance this month and taking care of yourself first. And March and April are going to be more bigger relationship themes. All right, Libra. Well, let's see what the tarot says for you guys for the month of February. What do you need to know? The card that I get is the Star card. I was wondering if somebody was going to get this card. So this deals with Aquarius. So it's basically, I think, highlighting the fact that the month starts with Venus being here. And it's also talking a lot about the planets that are squaring Uranus. If you want more romance, you want more creativity, you want more fun, you have to be willing to focus on your goals, your wishes, and take risks. Aquarius in general is about goals and wish manifestation. So the solar eclipse is about wishing for joy, wishing for healing, bringing in what you need. Maybe some of the retrograde energy in your 6th house can talk a lot about the fact that you're rearranging your schedule to just really focus on your overall well-being and making sure that you're making time to do the things that you love. So that could be a hobby, that could be spending time with kids, making time for dating. All of those things can kind of manifest. And I do think that the card can also say there can be a significant connection to an Aquarius that can be coming in this month. So whether that's like a friend or a child or a romantic partner, really soak up the energy of Aquarius prior to kind of getting into Pisces season, because late February into March is all going to be about balancing and healing. Have fun while you can, and definitely set some intentions and some wishes revolving around joy or personal fulfillment. Good luck, Libra. I'll see you here in March. What's up, my Scorpios and Scorpio risings? How you guys doing? Welcome to February 2026. I hope it's a good one for you guys. I'm excited to be back and talk to you about what to expect in the next month. Scorpio, as you guys know, we're going to talk all about Mars and Pluto. So thankfully, you're kind of through the thick of it. The end of like January is a little intense with all those conjunctions that we saw to Pluto, and also, you know, Mars coming into conjunction with Pluto. So you're done with that. Pluto is continuing to move through your 4th house of, you know, home, family, and roots. And you're going to find that Mars is continuing to move through this house at the same time throughout February as well. Now, with that being said, there is going to be a little bit of tension that's going to be kind of setting up as you see Mars coming into a square with Uranus and Taurus around the 27th of February. You are Mars, so it's about your action, your emotions, your family, and some kind of tension that's kind of brewing on the home front between what your family wants and maybe what you want in relationships, what you want when it comes to your partnerships, what you want when it comes to home. So romantic relationships as well as family relationships can definitely get tested. I do think the reoccurring squares to Uranus is about this ongoing transformation of your inner security, and where it's really giving you a lot more freedom when it comes to dating and relationships. So Scorpio, in February of 2026, it's a profound emotional excavation. There is this rebirth that is still continuing when it comes to your home zone and your private life. Obviously, you know, you're known for your intensity and your transformative energy. And I think that your soul is kind of getting shaken a little bit at the roots this month. Now you're being invited to build deeper, more authentic foundations. You start thinking about, where do I want to live? What kind of a home do I want? What kind of a life am I building? And there's this continuation of building the foundation that the rest of the year is going to be built upon until Mars leaves the 4th house. And that won't be until next month. Now, I think with Pluto moving through there, this is a 20-year-long cycle. It's going to continue to revolutionize your home, your family, and your ancestry. Really focusing on building inner security and releasing maybe inherited patterns or power dynamics that no longer serve you. While Mars continues to go through the 4th house, it is important to take on tasks, to be working at home. Maybe it's going to be about fixing things and building things, or it's going to be about organizing or moving things. And there is a sense of wanting to get the show on the road with getting to the future of your home and future goals there. I would say pace yourself because of some of the squares that we're going to see to Uranus around February 27th, 26th and 27th. This will spark sudden upheavals where it almost feels like your emotional needs is being pinned against another person. There could be physical or financial frustrations about delays with moves, and there could definitely be some sparks and some drama that can happen in committed partnerships. Unexpected moves, family revelations, emotional earthquakes, or rebellious changes in living situations that are really demanding freedom from your roots. It'll get amplified also with the solar eclipse. Now on the 1st of the month, we're going to see a full moon that's happening in Leo in your natal 10th house. If you happen to be a Scorpio 12, 13, 14 degrees, this is going to be squaring you. So you're going to feel a little bit of pressure. But I do think that this is a wonderful full moon for you, Scorpio. I know a lot of you guys have had a lot of retrogrades and things going through Leo in recent years. So really this is your moment to shine, right? So when you have a full moon here, it dates back to 2025 when you had a new moon that was in your 10th house in opposition to Pluto, where you felt like it was an impossible task to kind of have some career changes or to get a new job or to launch a business. And there was a lot of either emotional turmoil or some home or family drama that was challenging your ability to kind of get to where you need to go. Well, this full moon on the 1st is really lighting up your public image, your reputation, your career in a very dramatic, heart-centered way. And it's putting a spotlight on your ambition and also on your legacy. Now, full moons are about releasing something. So some of you guys might release a business, you might launch something, you might show everybody what you've got. The moon is going to talk a lot about, with that connection in Leo, big travel plans, things you're publishing, things you're launching, things you're marketing. And I think this is about releasing prideful attachments to your status and really illuminating yourself with a sense of professional pride. So I do think that you'll see that there can be emotional peaks about how you're seen out in the world. Now, Uranus is going to station direct. That'll happen around the 3rd of February at 27 degrees of Taurus in your 7th house. If you happen to have anything 26 to 29 degrees of Scorpio, you've been experiencing Uranus in opposition to your sun, and it's probably been quite a ride. Lots of tests and challenges with your career and with like male figures in your life, probably a lot of sudden change, which kind of electrified you. And now Uranus wakes up. It is connected to your home and your family, and it is going to be moving forward now into the spring, where it will go into Gemini and it will not come back into Taurus for some time. So with Uranus going direct in your 7th house, this is about your partnerships, your clients, your one-on-one relationships, and there's sudden awakenings or rebirths that can be arriving and impacting how you relate to other people. It means that there's innovative bonds or liberating shifts and commitments. So if you've been on the fence about whether or not you want to commit, whether or not you want to stay with somebody, whether or not there's going to be a change and you're going to be planning to move, get married, start a family, all of these things can actually start to come to fruition. And it looks like all the planets in your 4th house are really pushing for that change. Now, there will be repeated squares from planets in Aquarius to Uranus and Taurus, which is definitely going to ruffle the feathers of either a family relationship or a committed relationship. And it's going to start with Mercury in Aquarius on the 5th from your 4th house squaring Uranus, where there's going to be jolts in communication or sudden family news. Then on the 8th of February, you're going to see Venus in your 4th house squaring Uranus, where this seems like there's going to be some surprising shift in a relationship or some maybe domestic disharmony between family and partners. Sudden attractions can happen here too, or bright ideas when it comes to where you're moving. And then on the 15th, the sun in the 4th house of Aquarius will square Uranus in your 7th house of partnerships. This to me feels like there is going to be sudden surprises and changes in regards to parents, and also potentially changes with your career that can impact your relationships or your clients. And then finally on the 27th, Mars in your 4th house of Aquarius squares Uranus in the 7th house. This is the one you want to watch out for, Scorpio, because this is going to intensify the action you want to take at home and emotionally, and it's going to clash with either a partnership or a family relationship. You might be pushing too hard. You might be pushing to move in or out of a place, and your partner is going to feel kind of stunned or shocked. It can also mean that family is kind of stirring the pot in relationships. And really, there's a purpose to this. It's meant to be kind of disrupting some things because it's freeing you from stagnant emotional patterns, pushing you towards more authentic kind of inner foundations. Now, Mercury will enter into Pisces on February the 6th. Mercury is tied to your goals, your friends. It's also tied to joint investments or anything that deals with intimacy. And it's moving into your 5th house and a fellow sister water sign. So it's friendly for you, Scorpio. Likely you're going to find that kind of mid-February into March is going to be more creative, more romantic, more soulful. You're also going to find with Mercury going into your 5th house that it's got your mind on what you want when it comes to creativity, dating, romance, self-employment, maybe socializing and sharing some kind of news with people, and also children, or just having fun. So here self-expression becomes more intuitive, it's more compassionate, and I think that passion flows spiritually. Mercury will conjunct the North Node on February 11th, and there is some kind of fated destiny when it comes to joy, creativity, perhaps some karmic romance situations or child-related insights, or you're tapping into your artistic calling. It'll form a trine to Jupiter in Cancer in your 9th house. So there's going to be a water trine because it's involving you, Scorpio, which is really great. This means that this is going to give you the opportunity through this trine to expand your beliefs, higher learning, or travel through something you're creating. So like maybe you're wanting to market something that you're creating that's a business. Maybe you're getting ready to teach something. Maybe you're getting ready to publish something. Planning travel with a romantic partner, planning travel involving children could be wonderful as well. And then on the 16th, you're going to find that this is also bringing you abundance and luck. So intuitive, creative expansion and lucky inspiration, and there could be heart-opening travel plans or adventure that's on the horizon. Now, Venus will enter into Pisces on February the 10th, and that's going to be moving into your 5th house as well, joining Mercury. And Venus rules committed relationships. It's also tied for you to subconscious patterns in relationships or relationship healing. And when it goes into the 5th house, this is a wonderful place for Venus to be, because not only does she enjoy having playtime, dating, and being romantic, but this is where she's exalted. So magic, romance, feeling more compassionate with children, healing the heart. Love feels very soulful and very deep. And you will also see Venus trine Jupiter on February 22nd. And that's going to be kind of bringing some kind of manifestation, I think, to relationships, long distance relationships, maybe feeling very abundant with passion projects, romantic bliss, or child-related blessings are likely to follow. Now, on to the solar eclipse. This one is going to be a bit of a wild card. I mean, all eclipses are, and eclipses are catalysts for change. And so these ones are a new set of eclipses that are coming in over the next 2 years between 2026 and 2028. If you are a Scorpio, sun, moon, or rising, 26, 27, 28, 29 degrees, it is going to square you. So you're going to get kind of a shock and a surprise. It will also square Uranus at the same time. So it means there's about to be some kind of catalyst for change on the home front, asking you to evolve and also focus on where relationships are a part of these changes on the home front. So on February 17th, when this eclipse happens, that square to Uranus is a radical new beginning at home. So sudden family changes, emotional awakenings, revolutionary roots. Some of you guys will suddenly decide you want to move, you want to renovate, you want to relocate. Some of you guys will be called back home to go and deal with family matters. And this is planting a seed for long-term transformation when it comes to your home and your security. Now, I think that I would be paying attention, because it can mean with some of the squares to Uranus that where you're going and where you're wanting to live or how you're wanting to live your life is in contrast to either a family member or a partner. But this also means some of you guys might relocate for love. Others might be kind of looking at a more kind of futuristic kind of communal living situation, and you're waiting to see what changes happen with the family before you make any potential moves. You don't need to wait for the solar eclipse to happen. You'll be feeling it probably at the end of January, and it's going to unfold over the next 6 to 18 months, and you're really going to start to see it unfold this summer. Now, Saturn will be re-emerging into Aries. Neptune is already there. So when we see Saturn move into Aries on February 13th, it is making some of the same transits it made in 2025. Saturn's going to deal with communication, learning, and anything that deals with short distance travel, while Neptune is going to be dealing more with creative businesses and hobbies. The good news is that having malefic planets in your 6th house is a lot easier to navigate. So I don't really feel like Saturn and Neptune are kind of messing with you guys too much. The 6th house is okay about your health, your habits, your office space, where you're working. But a lot of you guys are suddenly going to feel this urge to be like, I want to work. I want to work out. I want to get things done. I want to be productive, especially when it comes to being of service with children, having your own business, getting involved in fitness or anything that's going to deal with animals. Maybe healing arts could be another thing for a lot of Scorpio risings. So these two planets are coming into your 6th house, and they're going to conjunct on February the 20th. And in your 6th house of daily routines, health, and service, this is a very historic fusion that's kind of taking place, and it's trying to dissolve illusions or escapism in habits, and it's trying to hold you accountable and be more mature and practice time management. This is about bringing in spiritual structures where routines like working out or taking care of your body becomes a sacred ritual. I think this is about releasing foggy health patterns and being more disciplined with your wellness. I really encourage you guys to practice meditation. I really think you guys should be starting a walking routine or getting a walking pad or getting on a bike. This would also be a wonderful time to start journaling. And if you have been meaning to kick a bad habit, smoking, drinking, doom scrolling, not sleeping, this is a good time to get serious, because there are some big health changes that you're going to be making over the next 4 months. Now, the sun is going to enter Pisces on February the 18th, where it's going to move into your 5th house, joining Venus and Mercury. The sun's going to be more about your career, your identity, and your purpose. So you might be feeling like you're more focused on what you're creating or taking care of children or potentially even your own business. And it's going to amplify romance and creativity throughout that transit. Now, Mercury will retrograde on the 26th at 22 degrees of Pisces. And so even though Mercury is going to turn retrograde, it's going to be trining you by sign and also Jupiter. So it means that you have to kind of reevaluate and revise, who am I dating? What do I love? What am I creating? Where am I willing to take risks? And Mercury is going to be tied to joint finances and partnerships. So it can mean that you have to kind of go through with another person before you take any creative or financial risks. It could also mean that through this retrograde, you're really reevaluating, do I want to date and get back out there? Am I getting clarity on a romantic relationship? Am I pregnant? Do I want to have more children? It could even mean that you're going back and you're reviewing old creative projects and you're kind of revising them. Connect with past joys, watch for past lovers that can emerge. And I do think that this is going to be a theme clear into March of obviously next month. So, not all romantic partners that come in are going to stay. Not all creative ventures are going to stick. So just really listen to your gut. And I think that it can be particularly positive for those of you guys who are wanting to do some research before you're traveling or looking into taking creative classes. Now, we will see Mars at the eclipse degree around the 28th. So not only will it be coming into a square with Uranus, but then it's going to reactivate the eclipse. So that might be indicating that it's going to bring up some of the themes that have been happening on the home front, and it's going to intensify some of the home action. So you guys want to watch for that as well. I'm predicting that some of the scenarios that can happen this month is just major home and family upheavals, okay? And you guys could have something suddenly change with a parent. There could be something that breaks down at home. You might find a home that you really like and suddenly you want to act on it or you want to move. And I think that with the squares, it's really trying to get you to liberate yourself out of old relationship patterns or family expectations so you can live life the way that you want. And this eclipse is going to spark deep emotional rebirths, okay? So family truths coming up, changes with parents. Thankfully, I think the exalted Venus and like the trines that are going to be happening brings a lot of like passionate healing and creativity and support that's coming through partnerships or travel. Post February 20th, I think that your daily life feels more purposeful and sacred. And I think that if this were me, it's about getting your home in order, setting up a home office, setting up a home routine. These can be things, a home gym even would be really wonderful for Scorpio and Scorpio risings. My advice is to shed all the old emotional armor. That's what your goal is here. Like Pluto's telling you the same thing. Mars is telling you the same thing. And this is about learning to love without possession. I think that if you can channel Mars's kind of energy in a mindful manner, there's going to be less static. Now, your best days are going to be February 16th, where Mercury will trine Jupiter, where there's lucky intuition and creative flow. Also, February 22nd, when Venus trines Jupiter, where there's going to be peak kind of romance and travel opportunities. And you're going to be really, really needing to watch, I think, the 27th with Mars-Uranus square. Avoid any burning of bridges with family and relationships because your temper can flare. There can be a lot of emotional volatility. I think that this is really teaching you that you have to connect with your inner child. You have to heal issues that may be connected to your family, but you're kind of emerging as like this kind of like healer warrior with Saturn and Neptune in your 6th house. So lean on your routines when things get kind of intense. Remember, you guys are kind of like the phoenix, so it's about kind of clearing space for this rebirth that's going to happen on the home front. It starts with you emotionally. All right, Scorpio, let's take a look. Let's see, what does the tarot want you to know about some of these big changes that you're going to be experiencing in February of 26? The card that I got for you is the King of Cups. I like that. Obviously, whether you're a king or a queen, it doesn't really matter, but this is a more taking action when it comes to your emotions type of vibe. I think that you're going to see that even more when you see Mars get into Pisces. I think that really it's about making decisions that are more soulful and emotionally aligned about what's going to make you happy, right? Like whether it's, you know, making time in your schedule to have a hobby or spend time with your kids or spend time with your partner, whatever it is, you have to listen to what your emotions are telling you because they're telling you something has to change. Now, this can be about a relationship that you have with a man or another water sign, so another Scorpio, Cancer, or a Pisces. It can mean that you're kind of navigating the changes that you're making more on an intuitive level this month, and there can be some major focus on a relationship with a man. So it can be relationship oriented, but like I think about, you know, the sun going through your 4th house and squaring Uranus, like there can be stuff coming up with like a male figure in your life that's causing a rift, or, you know, some drama going on with a parent that's causing a rift between you and a partner, or making you feel like you can't be totally dedicated to a creative project or even services that you have. So try to navigate this by being compassionate for other people, but also realizing where enough is enough. And if your emotions are getting flared up, you have to really show a sense of emotional maturity this month and realize there are some things that are not worth fighting about. There are other things that you just need to let go. Good luck, Scorpio. It's a powerful month for you, so let me know what happens. My Sag and Sag risings. How's it going, Saggies? I'm excited to chat with you guys. Welcome to February of 2026. This is going to be the month in a nutshell for you guys. Obviously, you know that you are ruled by Jupiter. Jupiter is your planetary ruler. It is still retrograde until March. So next month, we're going to see some things that are going to start to wake up for you. It's continuing to move through the sign of Cancer in your 8th house where it's a little bit hidden. So it may mean that there is still this reevaluation of intimacy, shared resources, transformation, death and rebirth, maybe some healing in therapy. Maybe you're dealing with waiting for money to come in. Maybe you're waiting for you to clear some debts, or you're dealing with a tax or an inheritance issue. And there is this deep psychological merging that's happening in the 8th house, and there's a lot of soulful bonds. Now, the positive is that we actually see a few trines to Jupiter this month, and they're going to probably be more emotional than physical manifestations for you guys. It may feel like you're releasing things that are connected to healing, that's connected to finances, it's connected to home or family, but it's going to be very refreshing and very therapeutic. So you have to kind of watch for those emotional shifts to come in. Now, you will see Jupiter receives a powerful trine from Mercury on February 16th. Where it's going to be moving through Pisces in your 4th house and trining Jupiter. So that can indicate there's about to be a pretty significant shift or change with your family, with your home, things like refinancing your home, selling your home. Maybe you're coming into some money so you can finally kind of remodel or move. And Mercury also deals with partnerships and relationships. So it can mean that if a partner is coming in or out of your home or whatever, like they're influencing some of the financial changes that are going on. And you're also going to see that Venus is going to come into a trine with Jupiter from Pisces to Jupiter in Cancer. And that's around the 22nd. this is wonderful because this is about support from family and friends. This is about also like moving things or working things into your schedule where you can have more home time, and lots of amplification of abundance and emotional depth. I think a lot of you guys are going to feel quite intuitive, and you're going to find that this is very healing. And it's also going to be really about lucky transformations that's kind of happening in hidden realms or just by listening to your gut. Sag, February 2026, man, finally you guys are starting to come out the other side of what I know has been a very probably challenging last couple of years. In February, this is kind of like this profound invitation to plunge into the depths of your fate. Also, your faith, okay? So I know you're adventurous, you're truth-seeking spirit. It maybe feels a little stalled because Jupiter is retrograde, but it's asking you to spend a little bit more time focusing on intimacy and trust and shared resources and transforming your power before Jupiter comes back online in March. Now, I do think with Jupiter exalted in Cancer, even though it's retrograde, this month is really, the last month that you're going to experience this. So you're kind of expanding your capacity for vulnerability and healing. A lot of you guys are kind of still grieving or working through some changes that have happened either financially or with your home or with your family. And really, this is an opportunity in other people's money. So inheritances, investments, partners' resources, taxes. You're probably going to see some big financial breakthroughs that are going to be happening next month. And this is also about deeper emotional or kind of like intimate bonds and soul level rebirths that are helping you feel more emotionally safe and protected. So with the Jupiter water trines happening in February, I think it makes everything flow with intuition, and you're being a little bit more compassionate, and you're focusing on divine timing. And you're really, I think, the natural optimist, right? And so I think that you're going to feel like, okay, I have to trust the universe this month with whatever is changing. And then next month, you're going to start to see that there has been so much growth that has kind of happened in the shadows. Now, you have a full moon in Leo on February the 1st. That'll happen in a fellow sister fire sign in your 9th house. Now, if you have anything 12, 13, 14 degrees, it's going to trine you. So it's very friendly for your astrology. I could see a lot of Sag and Sag risings on the move. Full moon can mean that you guys are at an airport, you're going on a trip. This is really illuminating your beliefs. It's all about higher learning, graduations. It could also be about traveling, philosophy, ceremonies, and really touching on your big picture vision. Now, it's a dramatic, heart-centered full moon if it's in Leo. So this means that it's putting a spotlight on your worldview and kind of your quest for purpose and meaning. This is also about releasing prideful attachments to outdated philosophies, dogmas, or travel plans. Some of you guys will celebrate a proud moment of having accomplished something, like getting accepted into a program, publishing a book, taking a teaching position, receiving a certificate. And this is going to be really wonderful because I think that this is a big breakthrough or an adventurous kind of journey that feels like it's very well received and well deserved, I guess I should say. Now, on the 3rd of the month, you're going to see Uranus. That's going to go direct in Taurus. And it has been briefly out of Gemini, back in Taurus, where it kind of eased up on relationships. Now it's been pressing you to make some changes with your health habits, with your pets, with your office space, with your routine, probably focusing on mental health, communication, and implementing new softwares or working with media to improve your health or productivity. Well, on the 3rd of the month, it goes direct, so it wakes up. And in your house of health, routine, and service, after months of like this internal review, there's now a sudden breakthrough that's going to arrive in how you live your day to day. So there can be innovative job opportunities. You could be switching offices. You could be going live with new websites. It can also mean that there's an epiphany kind of connected to wellness, and you're kind of tapping into alternative wellnesses, aromatherapy, massage, rolfing, crystal healing. All that stuff is very Taurus related. And it's helping you kind of liberate changes when it comes to service and routines. And it's kind of freeing you of like the drudgery of having to do everything by yourself. Now, there will be a lot of squares happening repetitively from Aquarius to Uranus and Taurus. They'll be peppered throughout the month, but watch on February 5th where Mercury in your 3rd house squares Uranus. It does look like there could be some issues with a neighbor or some problems with a vehicle. There could be like a communication device like a laptop or a computer, or even a website that crashes and you're having a difficult time like working, and it's kind of thrown a monkey wrench into your routine. It can also mean that you're kind of feeling pressure to balance your work with traveling or relocating, or maybe it's emphasizing that you're having car problems and you're wondering whether or not you need to change your vehicle. Now, it will bring surprising news, and obviously sibling relationship shakeups can happen. There can be a revelation with siblings. And then on the 8th of February, you're going to see Venus make the same square. And this is going to be bringing about surprises in local relationships, values, or neighborhood dynamics. And then on the 15th, the Sun will square Uranus. And this means that it's probably highlighting where there needs to be some scheduling changes or some changes to where you're going or what you're doing, whether that's work or travel-wise. This is definitely going to heighten kind of ego surprises, especially when it comes to ideas and exchanges. And then on the 27th, Mars in Aquarius is going to square Uranus, and that's going to bring some bold, I think, rebellious communication clashes with people at work or with siblings. You have to be very careful when you're driving with this transit too, because it can be an accident-related transit. Touch wood. Electric issues with cars, EV vehicles, cell phones that are having problems, or things that are kind of frying or burning out is expected throughout the month. Now, you will see that there can be learning curves or sudden unexpected travel that can come with these squares. All in all, these squares are disruptive, but it's liberating you and freeing you from rigid thinking patterns, because it's in your 3rd house. Maybe you're sick of going round and round with a sibling. Maybe you keep fixing a car and you're like, that's it, I'm going to sell it, I'm going to buy something new. Maybe there's been mental ruts that have been kind of happening, and it's been pushing you to really focus on kind of using your voice and focusing on communicating what works and what doesn't work for you in a more authentic manner. Now, on the 6th of February, you're going to see Mercury enter into Pisces. So Mercury rules your relationships and your career. And so just having Mercury going into the 4th house means there's more communication with siblings. Maybe you're visiting family. Maybe there's a sibling coming to visit with you. Maybe you're hearing from a partner from the past. And in your 4th house of home and family bonds and emotional foundations, this is really about domestic communication, and it becomes more intuitive. So you might have prominent dreams about family situations, living situations, or partners. Maybe you're feeling more spiritually attuned to your home. Maybe you're working from home. And there can be conversations with your family about your inner world and also how you feel and how you want to live. Mercury will conjunct the North Node around the 11th or the 12th of February. This is important because it does kind of signify that there is going to be fated destiny or karmic situations where you're getting insights to your home and your family, and it's also about ancestral healing. There could be like a destined move or property shift, or a conversation about making a change with your home. This may be a good time if you're wanting to consult with like a real estate agent, or if you're wanting to talk to like somebody who specializes in feng shui, or if you want to talk to a designer, if you're wanting to consider making changes to your home. And then you're going to see on the 16th of the month, there will be a trine from Mercury in your 4th house to Jupiter in your 8th house. And so this is positive because it has a lot of abundance. Like there's lucky intuitive downloads. Maybe you're expanding your home through shared resources. Maybe you're having important financial conversations with family or partner, and you're getting more emotional security in the process. Ideas flow effortlessly, I think, into transformative gains. And so perhaps there can be a financial kind of intuitive hit. Perhaps maybe you're thinking about, well, you know, am I selling a home that I've inherited? Am I remodeling something? Am I flipping a house? Is a partner moving in helping me pay a mortgage? You know, those things can kind of happen. And it can be also really good for just having more emotional security. Now, Venus is going to move into her exaltation in Pisces, and that'll be happening around the 10th of February. And when Venus moves into the 4th house, it's about your goals with relationships and also your home. It's also tied to your health and your pets. And it can be about a woman coming to stay and visit with you. So like a female friend, a family member, maybe you're pet sitting someone, maybe your family's watching one of your pets. And this is where home and family roots become more compassionate, becomes more beautiful. It's also about healing the home. So you want to make your home a Zen den, right? And you're also maybe improving the way that your home looks, and you're maybe bringing in some art and some furniture, some other pieces. And it's about being compassionate, and your living space feels like a sanctuary. Maybe family bonds can deepen spiritually, and there can be forgiveness, and emotional foundations really start to kind of glow. There's a gorgeous trine between Venus in Pisces and Jupiter in Cancer. For you, I think that this is bringing abundant blessings and shared finances or deeper intimacy, a home-related transformation, an inheritance of a property, an inheritance of money, or potentially like finally qualifying for a loan to buy something or renovate something could happen. Perhaps it's going to be just a lucky time for you or your partner with finances, and there's a lot of support and emotional windfall or family healing that feels like divine protection and very nurturing. Now, the solar eclipse will be on the 17th of February, taking place in Aquarius, the same places where we saw all these squares kind of going to Uranus. And it looks like with the solar eclipse in your third house, it's really a catalyst for change. And it's saying that over the next 6 to 18 months, there's going to be more of an emphasis on the third house. So the sun rules travel, communication, learning, teaching, and the third house is going to be about siblings, short distance trips, moving, your mindset. It's also directly kind of connected to vehicles. So it's possible that there's radical new beginnings here, sudden brilliant ideas, and kind of maybe mind expanding courses, studies, important conversations with siblings, and communication revolutions that can kind of disrupt but also liberate your voice. Also thinking as well as connections. So this is seeding a long-term innovation in how you learn, share, and connect locally. Many of you guys might benefit from getting ready to launch a new website, launching or rebranding your media, starting a podcast, a YouTube channel, or if you're wanting to learn something, particularly if you want to learn a language, or if you're wanting to implement new technology into your life, this can be a wonderful time to do it. And I predict some of you guys may be getting a new car. Now, on to Saturn and Neptune in Aries. It's finally leaving Pisces. It's happening. Once you guys get through the Mercury retrograde this month into next month, and then that's over with, and the eclipse, you're good to go. You're going to see Saturn and Neptune going into Aries is actually going to be quite beneficial for you guys. It's a fellow sister fire sign. We had a brief kind of picture of it in 2025, and now it's really going in 2026, and it's there to stay for a few years. 0 to about, I would say, 3 degrees of Sag placements are going to benefit the most through the trine. Saturn enters Aries on February 13th, okay? And Saturn deals with your money. It also deals with online businesses, creativity or siblings, and writing or learning, and it's going to move into the 5th house. So you get more serious about investing in what brings you joy, your own business, creative businesses, online businesses, self-employment, taking risks, art, children, all of those things. Now, it will come into conjunction with Neptune on February the 20th in your 5th house of creativity, romance, and joy. So this is saying you're authentically showing up and being brave when it comes to your self-expression and fun. This is a historic alignment that's very rare on the world axis. So it's really about dissolving old illusions and escapism or unrealistic dreams in passion and romance, asking you to bring forth more mature spiritual structures. So creativity and love become deeply meaningful here rather than just playful. This is also about releasing any confusion with children or foggy romance and being more disciplined, going after what you want or investing in things that bring you joy. This will be beginning a new 2-year cycle for you of authentic self-expression. I think that a lot of you guys are going to get serious about having kids. I think a lot of you guys are going to get serious about creating entertainment spaces in your home or a creative office in your home. I think others are going to be finding that this is where they're willing to take more creative risks and that they're going to pay off. And you'll see it kind of manifest, especially as we're kind of getting into the summertime. So you're really focused on some kind of hobby or something creative. With Mars being the dispositor of this conjunction in your 3rd house, it's definitely going to be a website or something creative that involves writing or media. Maybe you're going to be traveling and doing some kind of creative work. Maybe it's digital arts. It really depends. But I do think that if it's not you're trying to launch something new, it's just better communication with romantic partners and your children and really tapping into your inner artist. Now, you're going to see Sun enter into Pisces on February 18th. That will be highlighting for the next few weeks. Pisces season, obviously. So it's going to be more about your home, your family, your emotional roots, where Mercury will then retrograde also on February 26th. And that's going to be going retrograde really all the way until March the 20th. Now, when Mercury retrogrades in your 4th house, there's a reevaluation of relationships and also your responsibility at home. So I know this has been a heavy topic in recent years. Things like moving parents, taking care of estates, trying to figure out where home is. It can also mean there's been a lot of confusion in relationships and a lot of back and forth. So this is kind of like the finale. So be very careful with trying to move around this time. Mercury goes into shadow, I think, around the 8th. So if you know you need to buy a house, you need to get it thoroughly inspected. If you are trying to sell a house, I would get the show on the road the end of January, beginning of February. Feng shuiing your home, reorganizing your home. It can also mean that this is a time where, you know, there are certain situations when it comes to home and family things that are getting wrapped up. And maybe during the retrograde, you're finalizing and you're kind of unpacking things. But be very careful with buying cars, signing leases, buying houses, all of that stuff. You need to really look at the fine print. And when Mercury retrogrades, it'll conjunct Venus. So it almost looks like you're revising or you're getting something kind of set up in your home, and a friend may be coming to support you, or a family member may be coming to support you with this process. So you need to review maybe family communication, your roots, your emotional patterns. You need to see things clearly in terms of what your goals are at home. And you might reconnect with family history or revise your living situation, and you're trying to do it in a compassionate manner. On the 28th, you're going to see Mars that's going to be at the eclipse degree that's going to be coming into a square with Uranus. So there is this intensification in communication, and I think it's going to be either with a sibling or with a neighbor, being like, hey, I need to be on the move, or I'm moving, or there's something not going according to plan with either traveling or scheduling in home and family. So communication gets a little tough right around then. For the predictions of the scenarios that I kind of see for Sag risings this month, I would say intimacy and shared resources are still a big theme while Jupiter is in your 8th house. And I think that it's going to be expanding beautifully through some of the trines that are going to happen mid to late month. So like I said, some of you guys are going to get inheritances. Your partners are going to make more money. There's going to be transformative investments that can flow in. Good news that also can kind of happen in regards to buying or selling or mortgages or debt consolidation. The eclipse in the 3rd is sparking a lot of brilliant ideas. And I would say have a notebook around, write them down. Communication revolutions like new ideas, courses, or shifts in how you travel. And the Uranus squares are really jolting your daily routines. And it's trying to free up some space so you can have like freer habits, or you can have less rigidity when it comes to your day-to-day work. Post the 20th of February, creativity and romance feels very purposeful. It feels very structured. And maybe there is like meaningful love or artistic projects that are beginning to emerge from you. And I think home feels more nurturing and more secure as you're getting into March of next month. So my advice is trust in the universe right now. Okay, whatever is being reorganized with your home or your relationships, trust in that. I think that your faith in acceptance of change is going to be rewarded in a very deep, very intimate way. Dive into vulnerability. I think that that's going to really pair well with your optimism. Let some of that kind of watery energy with Pisces and also with Cancer be healing. And I think that it can actually give you an opportunity to kind of soften your quest when it comes to finding home or finding love. Your best days, I think, are going to be on the 16th when Mercury trines Jupiter, where there is peak communication with family or relationships and some emotional or financial expansion. And also the 22nd of February, where Venus trines Jupiter, where it's going to help you manifest when it comes to intimacy, home, or abundant blessings. Watch out for the 27th of the month, where Mars squares Uranus. I think that there could be a lot of issues with vehicles, frustration at work, communication volatility. Avoid impulsive words or short trips on this day because things won't go according to plan. Pace yourself, because I really feel like you're still in the midst of your transformation. As you're getting into March and April, you're really going to see a breakthrough. And I think that you guys are going to feel like you're kind of closing one chapter of your life and you're embracing something that's going to be new and amazing and so much more fulfilling. All right, let's take a look and see what the tarot says for my Sag and Sag risings. What do they need to know? The card that you get is the Nine of Swords. If you're a Sag or a Sag rising that's sitting there being like, I don't know, I don't think it's going to be so good, I'm going to slap you. Because you can't go into it thinking this way, okay? Whatever is about to change, if somebody's moving out of your house, if suddenly you're having to move, if there is this sudden unexpected shift with the family, or you have to be kind of improvising and making changes with your routine to kind of go and support family or deal with like a home situation, it's for the best. You need to do it now because Saturn and Neptune are leaving your fourth house, right? Neptune's already gone. Saturn is the last one to be there. So yes, probably in the months ahead, particularly next month when Mars gets into your fourth house, and then when you see like an eclipse at the beginning of March in your 10th, yeah, you're going to have to kind of make some changes when it comes to your professional life, but it's because you're getting better situated at home. So trust that certain things are kind of falling away to make better things kind of come forward. This is a card that deals with stress, nightmares, worrying, being up all night, not knowing what to expect, what's going to happen. You can release that during some of the transits that are happening. You can lean on family, you can lean on a partner, you can be okay not knowing what the next step is because it does look like whatever is coming is actually going to bring you a whole lot of joy. Don't fight the inevitable. Don't stress about things that you can't control. Make sure you're getting adequate sleep and you're not like stressing your nervous system out. So try to come up with a nighttime routine where maybe you're grounding, you're doing some yoga, maybe you're working with essential oils, something that's going to really take care of your nervous system. So that way, when there are things that are changing in the family or in the home life that feels overwhelming, you can really ground into a routine. And if anything, get moving. All the planets in your third house is go for a walk, go for a drive, go for a jog, anything that's going to help you kind of, breathe through some of the changes. And I think you guys are going to be finding that there's going to be some amazing things that are going to take place, but there's about to be a whole kind of career and home swap that I think that is about to happen over the next 2 months. So Sag, let me know what happens. Sending you guys good vibes. I'll see you here back next month. What's up, Capricorn and Capricorn rising? Welcome to your February 2026 horoscope. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to chat with you about the month ahead. Big changes for you, my Capricorns. I hope you guys are ready. Obviously, the big news is Saturn is returning back into Aries. So first things first is Capricorn, this happened last year, okay? We saw Saturn go into Aries for a few months last summer. I think that was kind of the dress rehearsal for some of the bigger things that are yet to kind of come when it deals with your home, your family, and your living situation. Now, you will see on the 13th of February, it is going to return back to Aries, and it's going to stay here for the better part of like the next 2.5 years. The fourth house deals with your home, your family, your roots. Saturn is the Lord of karma. You know this. So when Saturn goes into the fourth house, you're focusing a lot on your inner security. And some of you guys are thinking about moving to foreign lands. Others are trying to focus more on moving back home, or you're dealing with elderly relatives and parents. Others are still trying to figure out where they're going to go. Others are trying to become more self-sufficient, or they're going to be building, or they're going to be moving or renovating. So it really depends on your own personal planets. But I think a lot about how when Saturn and Neptune are moving into the fourth house and they're conjuncting around the 20th, it's really highlighting Mars and Aquarius. So it's about, are you willing to invest in new things to be sustainable at home, right? So it might mean you're, getting a place with a well, or you're getting something with solar, or you're wanting to invest in land that's agricultural, or maybe there is a sense of you wanting to find your own space and it's just kind of costly. Once again, depends on your chart, but that Saturn-Neptune conjunction is marking a very profound 2-year cycle that's about maturing and rebuilding at your core values, and also your home. If you're a Capricorn that's old enough to remember, back in 1989, going into 1990, Saturn and Neptune actually conjunct in Capricorn. It was around 10 degrees. So you had to be like an early Capricorn. I would say probably if you were born from like the 1st of January through maybe about like the 10th, Saturn was, kind of conjunct that area. No, I take that back. If you were born from about the 30th of December through about maybe the 3rd of January, okay? So the Saturn-Neptune conjunction was like either on your sun, moon, or rising. It's similar, but it's different because Capricorn is more kind of like we're dissolving structures and responsibility, and Aries is very, very loud. So you guys are gonna have to give me feedback. Tell me what happens. I mean, I've told you in previous videos, I'm born with Saturn and Neptune conjunct exactly in my 4th house, so I know what this transit feels like. The truth is that I think it's going to take a little bit of time, and pretty much now in February through April is when you're going to see like gangbuster changes when it comes to your home and your family. Okay, just a little bit of feedback. I have Saturn-Neptune here. So I've definitely dealt with a sense of where is home, where am I supposed to go, maybe estrangement from a parent a few times. Also water leaks and issues with flooding in my home. I've also, always had a really strong intuition. I think that's the positive transit. And yeah, you can have mixed emotions about what's going on with your home and your family situation. So if you have anything, I would say like 0 to about 3 degrees of Capricorn, sun, moon, or rising, this is squaring you, and things can feel a little stalled and kind of confusing, but they're really going to pick up pace in April. So Capricorn, February 2026, in the 4th house, at least it's private. Like there is this quiet, powerful foundation reset that's happening for you. It's a historic cosmic moment where I think the universe is really asking you to rebuild your inner empire from the ground up. And you have to do this with spiritual depth and also discipline and courage. Now, because Saturn is your ruler, once it enters into Aries on the 13th, it's saying, okay, for the next 2 years, we're really focusing on structure and maturity when it comes to your home, your family, and your property. Lots of ancestral healing, emotional roots can kind of take place, and this is demanding you to take responsibility and kind of pioneering action to create your legacy. With that ultra rare Saturn-Neptune conjunction on the 20th at the world axis point, it fuses dreams and intuition with compassion and spirituality. So you're dissolving old illusions about home and family. You're maybe facing some escapism or some foggy kind of emotional patterns, like unrealistic expectations around home or inherited emotional kind of burdens that you got from parents, while grounding your visionary ideas into something that's tangible, creating your sanctuary, creating your Zen den, right? Invite the light in, light candles, bring in oranges and reds and golds, embrace how you are having this renewal, and define home and family on your own terms. I do think that emotional boundaries will feel like kind of like solid walls that you have to knock down. And you have to do that so that way you can re-envision what home looks like and inner peace as your true foundation. On the other hand, some of you guys are going to be feeling like you have to move back home, you have to take care of parents, or that you're in a limited situation kind of financially with your home, which is understandable, but you will work through that over the next couple of months. Now, the full moon on February 1st will be in Leo. This is taking place in your natal your natal 8th house. And this is the house that is more intimate. It's a little bit more intense. The 8th house really illuminates joint finances, taxes, inheritances, debt. It's about investments. It also is tied to more dramatic emotional kind of purges. And it's about power dynamics or psychological things that are getting highlighted. And the 8th house represents other people's money. The sun in the 2nd house represents your money. So I'm thinking about like the Saturn-Neptune transit and then like the full moon in the 8th. Some of you guys are going to make money through selling your home. Others are going to be suddenly getting inheritance. Others are going to be getting support from family. So, watch for the drama. I think that a full moon in Leo is about a prideful release over feeling like you need to control joint finances or trust issues, and celebrating more kind of empowered vulnerability and rebirth throughout the month. Now, on the 3rd of the month, you're going to see Uranus turn direct in Taurus, and it's in a fellow sister Earth sign. So if you're a leader degree Capricorn, 26 to 29 degrees, it's still trining you. When Uranus goes direct on the 3rd, it is basically now waking up in your 5th house, which deals with creativity, it deals with romance. It's also connected to children, personal joy, dating, self-expression. So after this retrograde review, you might feel like there's sudden breakthroughs that are happening with creative projects, or happening when it comes to pregnancy, or happening when it comes to investments. And you're really innovating some of your creative projects. Maybe there's some romantic awakenings or shocks or surprises with children. But I think it's really liberating fun that's going to free your inner child, and it's going to allow you to kind of express yourself and play a little bit better. Now, you will see repetitive squares from Uranus from planets in Aquarius in your 2nd house to Uranus and Taurus in your 5th. And so the 2nd house is money, possessions, values, and the 5th house is risks, investment, trade, and stocks. So there can be this push all month to invest in your hobbies, invest in romance, invest in the market, to be taking risks and buying a lottery ticket or going to the casino. It could be that. And I think that there's a lot of kind of like electrified friction that's going to happen with these squares. So the first planet that's going to square Uranus is going to be Mercury, which will be in your money house in Aquarius, squaring Uranus. This could mean that, there's jolts when it comes to financial news or communication about work or your health. And then on February 8th, Venus in Aquarius squares Uranus in Taurus, and that's potentially going to be some surprise attractions or some surprise hobbies that you really enjoy, changes when it comes to your values and your security. And then the Sun on February 15th will come into a square with Uranus, which is also kind of highlighting where there may be some money coming in and there's going to be some exciting expansion in partners' resources. But it can also mean that there are some kind of ego conflicts over what is yours and what is someone else's. And then finally on the 27th, we're going to see Mars in Aquarius square Uranus in Taurus. This is sparking bold action and some kind of clash around your income and your worth and children or dating. So all of these are disruptive. Uranus is going to kind of kick around a little bit. And obviously you are feeling this drive to make more, have more, consume more, have more spending power. And I think it's good for you because it's really kind of leading into the eclipse that you're going to be having in your second house. I think that it's really about moving away and liberating yourself also from kind of rigid scarcity mindset and outdated value systems, pushing towards innovative kind of self-worth and abundance, and potentially being willing to take some risks in some new trades or some new currencies. Now, Mercury will enter into Pisces on February 6th, where it's going to drop into your third house. And Mercury does well in the third house. It's great for communication and ideas and moving around and traveling and learning. But it doesn't do so well in Pisces. So when it goes into your third house, communication, learning, sibling, short distance trips, and your mindset become a little scrambled. It becomes a little bit more intuitive. So you're intuitively going, what do I want to learn? Where am I moving? Where am I traveling? It is more empathic. It can also really highlight relationships that you have with siblings or that you're kind of doing some work on the road. And it's going to, make some interesting aspects. So on the 11th or the 12th, it's going to come into conjunction with the North Node. This is about fated conversations and connections or communications, something new that you learn, a website you come across, a conversation you have, a phone call with a sibling. And then we're also going to see a trine from Mercury in your third house to Jupiter in Cancer. So this is great for family relationships. This is great for talking to your partners about moving. This is great for setting up a website, signing a contract, agreeing to something. And then we're going to see that there's just a lot of abundance in communication. So it could be good for clients, good for a lot of people coming in who are interested in what you're selling. And intuitive relational growth, lucky collaborations, and lots of compassion in your bonds and your relationships that feel effortless. So you don't really have to communicate too much about what you need in a relationship. They just kind of get it. Now, Venus will also enter into Pisces. That'll be on February the 10th. And when Venus goes into your third house, it's picking up the energy of your career and also creativity and children. And in the third house, it means that it's really about bringing more love to your communication. And maybe if you're in the field of writing or media or art or creativity, you're really going to like this. I think that there is a sense of communication, learning, and local connections that feel magnetic, that feel very compassionate, very beautiful. Great for if you're looking at, improving a car or a vehicle. Great if you're looking at wanting to focus on rebranding or something with a website. And we're going to see that Venus is going to trine Jupiter around February 22nd. And this is really good for you because it's going to bring some kind of magic connection and partnerships. So if you're single, online dating, short distance trips, getting online, going out for a walk with your community, going somewhere with your neighbor, going somewhere with your sibling, you might meet someone. And I do think that this is also through words or ideas, there is this sense of getting into alignment with what you need in a relationship. And there's a lot of heartwarming alliances that can happen with this trine as well, be that romantic or kind of creative synergy that's kind of taking place. Now you're going to see on the 17th of February a solar eclipse in Aquarius in your natal second house. This is a big one because this is a new eclipse that's coming in. that is setting the stage for the next 2 years. So 2026, 2028, solar eclipses in the second house are kind of catalysts for change when it comes to your values, your resources, your spending habits, the money you make. And it's a big one because it is going to be coming in at 28 degrees. So it's going to be planting seeds for radical new beginnings in income streams. It's also about focusing on possessions, your core worth. Yes, there can be sudden financial pivots and like awakening to your true values or these revolutionary ways of affirming your abundance. It will also square Uranus in Taurus, okay? So it's saying that you're willing to take risks with hobbies, business ventures, trading, even having children, you know, and you're willing to put your money into things that you really love and enjoy. And you'll notice over the next 6 to 18 months that it's actually helping you make more money. It's helping you make yourself feel more confident. You're doing it also in a creative or more kind of independent way. Now, the sun enters Pisces on February 18th, where it's going to be joining Venus and Mercury in your third house. And this is really focusing on, okay, short distance trips, connecting with siblings, working on websites, learning, exploring learning and communicating in a more emotional way. And then Mercury retrogrades on February 26th in this house. And because Mercury is going to deal with traveling and it's going to deal with work, you might have to double and triple check all of your documents, your tickets, your accommodations. You may also feel like there can be some challenges with vehicles, with legal documentation, things that you're signing. That can definitely come up. And yeah, just watch for where there's conflict either with traveling and work, and you're trying to find a workaround. It is possible because this Mercury retrograde is going to take place until the 20th that, you know, you're taking a little bit longer to sign a lease or buy a car. Like you may benefit actually waiting until the later part of March. Or if you're planning on moving, you need to be really sure you like the neighborhood, you enjoy where you're going. And Mercury will station direct around the 20th. But before that, in March, Venus will actually conjunct Mercury, which will retrograde on the 28th of February. So this tells me you may actually get an offer to move and take a job. You may potentially be reevaluating, you know, a contract at work or a proposal at work. This also means that you're reviewing communication in general, siblings or learning with more kind of compassionate hindsight, and you're reconnecting with past ideas to clarify your mindset. Mars will also be at the eclipse degree around the 28th of February. So while it's in the second house, hitting that eclipse degree, still squaring Uranus, it's going to intensify you wanting to take some kind of financial action or wanting to invest in something or wanting to buy something, or you might feel more impulsive with just kind of like going out and doing entertainment related things. So Capricorn, my predictions are that there is a home or family foundation rebuild that's happening. And you're really going to see that really over a 2-year period. But it's really, there's a lot of pressure in that area basically now until about the end of April of 2026. I think that if you rebuild, especially anytime from February 20th on, your emotional sanctuary, you're making property upgrades, maybe you're doing some ancestral healing, reconnecting with where you're born, connecting with family, particularly siblings, or aunts or uncles or cousins. There can be a lot of healing here. The eclipse is going to seed new income paths for you. So this is about some kind of work revolution, perhaps a side hustle, or maybe just feeling more kind of aligned with your values and your work. And the trines are going to bring kind of like relational abundance. So better communication, better travel, you know, kind of seeing eye to eye on things. Just watch for the Uranus squares, which are really going to jolt your finances, but it's going to be a lot of fun. You're going to be willing to take risks, and there can be potential for big reward. So my advice for you this month, Capricorn, is rest and receive. Believe it or not, even though there's a lot of action in your chart, Saturn and Neptune says you need to really focus on kind of getting emotionally grounded and taking care of your overall sense of well-being or your family. Your empire starts from your kind of soul's roots. And so if you think of like the 4th house as the foundation in the chart, everything is built upon this. So for the next 3 months, everything is going to get restructured here. So that way you can really start to feel like you're living life in a more authentic way. As being somebody who has Saturn and Neptune here, all I can tell you is that I take my transits in the 4th house very seriously. It always aligns with New Year's. So I always make sure, like right before Christmas, all the way through the first week of January, I don't work. I'm like, nope, I got to focus on organizing my home. My family's coming. I'm doing all these things. I got to get things in order because I know I'm building my foundation. So you're going to kind of feel like this between now and April. So like I said, you know, build slowly because Saturn in Aries is going to be kind of like, I can do it all. And then you realize it's going to take time and you don't get like immediate gratification. And have faith in the unseen. Your best days are going to be February 16th when you see a Mercury-Jupiter trine, which is really lucky for partnerships and intuition. Also February 16th, also when we see February 22nd, when Venus and Jupiter trine, there's a lot of like peak emotional kind of harmony between you and a partner. Maybe you meet somebody, maybe you're traveling or you're connecting with a sibling. Watch for February 27th because when Mars and Uranus square, you're going to feel like you want to take an impulsive risk and you really need to kind of temper your spending and not jump into something that you may potentially not be ready to invest in. Be mindful with just any impulsive spending on children, dating, and hobbies. This is a month where you're going to learn it's not just about surviving structure, okay? It's about kind of mastering from the inside out. So I think the cosmos in February are kind of giving you your roots, and if you can plant them over the next 2 years, you'll be able to kind of weather anything. So claim your quiet power in February. All right, let's take a look. Let's see what the cards say for Capricorn and Capricorn rising. What are the predictions for February? What do they need to know? I like it. 3 of Pentacles. Teamwork. Slow and steady the next 3 months, okay? So this can be saying you're working as a team. Maybe you're working from home. Maybe you're working on a home project. Maybe there's 2 other people that are involved. But this is about kind of delegating tasks. And I really feel like that's going to be part of this. You might be like saying to your siblings, I'm overwhelmed. I can't do all of this by myself. I need some help, you know? Or saying to your neighbors, I can't, you know, cut down this tree, or I can't move this thing, you know, can you help? It's also going to be about finding ways to make your home, I think, a little bit more structured and functional. So some of you guys might be feeling like with Aries being there, oh, do we need to put up a fence? Are we putting up a security system? Are we going to be investing in building a pool? Are we going to be remodeling the kitchen? You know, and so it's going to take a team basically to do some of the things that you're kind of planning on doing. Slow and steady, give yourself the next 3 months. Make sure you're working with people who are masters of their craft and they really know what they're doing, because some of this stuff you can't do by yourself, okay? Good luck, Capricorn. Let me know what happens. Definitely a very big month for you. All right, my Aquarians, happy Aquarius season. So if it's your birthday this month, happy birthday. Quite a big month, not just because it's potentially your birthday month, but you got a solar eclipse in your sign. Every freaking thing is squaring Uranus. So there's definitely a lot going on. We know that Uranus is your modern day ruler. Okay, so Uranus rules your first house of yourself, your body, your appearance. And it's been moving through Taurus for years now. You are going to see that on February the 3rd, Uranus is going to wake up. So it means that you are going to have some kind of shocking realization, conversation, sense of awareness about some dramatic change that is kind of coming in the country you live in, with electricity, with storms, with earthquakes, potentially massive changes that's happening with your family or with your home, or just your intuition is just like on high. All right. So that's number 1. Number 2 is that it's been retrograde for several months. So it means that it's been kind of internalizing what's going on with my family, what's changing with my home, what's changing with my foundation. And now it's ready to release some massive breakthroughs. Throughout the month, planets that move through your sign in the first house are squaring this, which means you're fit to be tied. You feel a little restless. Maybe you're feeling like you suddenly want to get out of the house. You want to move. You want to make a change. You want to pack up and go somewhere, but it's easier said than done. And you can actually be your own worst enemy when these planets are squaring, because you almost feel like you have so much energy and so much is changing that you could be kind of blowing up at family, or you could be kind of getting short with roommates, or there can be a sense of you just feeling like emotionally overwhelmed. So take your time this month. That's very, very, very important, especially if you have any planets that are around, I would say 0 to about 5 degrees, because you're under a Pluto transit. Some of you guys are starting to go through these transits now at the end of January. Also, if you have anything 26, 27, 28, 29 degrees of Aquarius, You also need to be careful because Uranus is squaring that, and you're going to have a solar eclipse in your sign. On top of that, Saturn, which is your traditional ruler, is going back into Aries. And so it's going to be moving into your third house of the mind, communication, learning, vehicles, siblings. And Saturn does not do well in Aries. That's the truth. Because Saturn in this sign does not know how to exercise caution. It does not always know how to be mature. It does not always know how to pace itself. So I'm looking at Saturn going into your third house with Neptune, ruled by Mars, and some of you guys are just going to be feeling like you just want to communicate, but you don't know what to say, and you're going through periods of not saying anything, and then periods where you get really kind of intense, and then you can kind of blow up, and there can be a lot of really intense communication that can be happening. So a lot of energy to navigate. I think that really what it's highlighting is on, communication and learning and mindset, and what you're putting your energy into. So things like journaling, walking, jogging, breath work, meditation, anything that you want to be learning, especially when it comes to self-development, self-motivation, bettering yourself, is really, really, really recommended to navigate some of these energies a little bit better. Also, just get your body moving, because you're going to notice that you're going to be a little antsy this month. Now, Saturn and Neptune will also conjunct, but we'll get to that in a second. So Aquarius, February of 2026 is kind of like your electric personal renaissance month. And some of the changes that are kind of sparked this month are going to unfold over the better part of the next 2 years. I think that, the eclipse in your sign is obviously igniting some radical identity shift. And then we see this historic Saturn-Neptune conjunction that's helping you reset your voice. Uranus, your modern day ruler, goes direct on the 3rd in your 4th house. So if there's been any pent up innovations, changes with your home or with your family, it can erupt. And it can be erupting in your home life with your family, cause issues with electrical systems. It can cause issues with earthquakes or stability, sudden moves, emotional liberations, family revelations, and obviously revolutionary inner security after all of this retrograde introspection. Saturn, your traditional ruler, moves into Aries on the 13th. So it's going to be dropping into the 3rd house. Saturn and Neptune were there in 2025. It gave you a preview. And in the 3rd house, it's kind of taking your 1st house ruler and your 12th house ruler, which can be about your actions and also overwork or overwhelm or not getting enough rest or kind of being too rigid. And it throws it into the 3rd house, where you really have to focus on being more mature and courageous when it comes to communication. Maybe committing to learning can be helpful, starting a new website, a blog. This is really going to put an emphasis on being mindful of how you communicate and not being like too much. And it's also going to touch on siblings, short distance trips, your mindset, and also anything that deals with business agreements because of the connection with Capricorn in your 12th house, and like using your intuition to navigate what to say and when to say it. Now it will merge with Neptune in a very rare, kind of conjunction. Neptune rules your money and your wealth and your resources. So with Saturn and Neptune conjunct, you're really talking very passionately about what your values are. And maybe you're feeling like it's hard to kind of find your audience or connect with people, but a lot of you guys I'm talking to are writing books, you're creating blogs, you're starting podcasts, and I would say do those things. Do those things, because that can help you have an outlet, and it can also help you find a way to make money through media or through learning or through traveling. Now, when these two planets conjunct, it's going to have a ripple effect from here forward. And it may mean that you guys are investing more in education, you're investing more in learning about, digital technologies, maybe you're learning a new language. The downside is that it can be very difficult in talking about money and getting clarity about financial situations. And like Neptune is a little foggy or illusionary. So there can be escapist ideas that are coming up about, I'll buy this car, I'll move to this place, I'll spend this money. And I would say be very careful, because it's trying to get you to build spiritual authority with your voice and really start communicating your values in a much more structured way. So it's about speaking your truth with discipline as well as compassion. And you're going to start seeing these planets coming into a sextile with Pluto in your sign. So you can tame some of the intensity and the transformation with your career through feeling a little bit more bold and assertive about what you are going to do so you can inspire the masses. Yes, you can have vehicle issues. Yes, there can be delays with moves. Yes, you could be seeing a sibling is kind of struggling or going through a crisis or a situation, and you may feel like you have to give them a tough love talk. I think that that is very likely for some of you. On the first of the month, we're going to see a full moon in Leo, which is going to be in your 7th house of relationships and partnerships. This can indicate that there are some big relationship changes that are on the horizon. It is kind of illuminating your one-on-one relationships with committed relationships, spouses, your marketplace. It could be clients. It could be a relationship with children, right, Leo? So it's putting a really dramatic spotlight on the balance and bonds that you have with other people. And this is about releasing kind of prideful dynamics or kind of celebrating authentic kind of collaborations. Engagements, marriages, big decisions in relationships, business proposals, all of those things can kind of happen here. And I do think it's about celebrating the win-win, or you can have healthier habits with your team at work or potentially with your partner. Watch for opportune moments to potentially like connect with somebody very significant as well. And this is a lot about kind of the responses that you're having to relationships while in February you're kind of figuring out how to redefine who you are. Now, something else we're going to see is like all these planets in Aquarius that are squaring Uranus, and they're going to be peppered throughout the month, and they're going to test you. And you're going to see the first one comes in on February 5th, where Mercury in your 1st house, in your sign, where you're talking about change, transformation, joint finances, money, will square Uranus. So it means that it's jolting this sense of personal news or self-communication, and there's friction with home and family, so that you might be like, I think we should move, or I think we should pack up, or we should sell the house. And like there could be some conflict about how you do that or what that's going to cost. Then you're going to see on the 8th of the month, Venus in your sign is going to square Uranus. And so this is kind of bringing up you being like, well, I think it's time to get out of the house. We need to travel. We need to go somewhere. This could also mean that there is a little bit of like surprises when it comes to, attractions with people. You're surprised about a change in your values. You're surprised about a change with a family relationship, and there's some tension. And then the sun in Aquarius on the 15th, really into the 17th, because the eclipse will square Uranus in your 4th house. And that's going to really heighten like ego and identity issues that you have between who you are and as a person versus what your family needs you to be. You know, the wife, the brother, the support system, the housekeeper, the whatever, and you're going to be like, no, I want to redefine who I am. It's about me, not just about my relationships or my family. What am I doing for me? And this energy is going to be very, very strong. And it comes through with the squares to Uranus. It comes through with Uranus direct. It comes through with the solar eclipse. And there's something new that's emerging for you. And then we will see finally on Mars, on February 27th, Mars in your sign is going to square Uranus. And this is probably where you're going to get really testy and you're going to feel like you need to tell somebody what's up. And I don't know if it's going to be a neighbor, if it's going to be a sibling. I don't know if you get into a bit of a heated exchange maybe with a family member, but it's definitely sparks flying, and it's about kind of bold action that's clashing with the past or the way that you're used to kind of living. All of these transits will disrupt you. I will not candy coat that, but it's going to do the same for everybody else. And this is meant to really show where you're different, you're unique. You don't have to follow the same patterns as everybody else. You can live more authentically. You don't have to have your roots grounded in one place. You don't have to identify as like a certain person within a collective. And it's pushing you to say, you know what? I don't have to do things this way. I want to do it my own way. And it's about bold self-expression. Now, Mercury is going to move into Pisces on the 6th. So it's going to leave your sign, go into your 2nd house of money, where your mind is on your money, and some themes revolving around negotiating, talking about debt, paying stuff off, waiting for money to come in, dealing with investments. And this is also about just your self-worth and just your income in general. And so I feel like when it comes into conjunction with the North Node around February 11th or 12th, there's going to be some really faded kind of news coming in that deals with your money and your abundance and your net worth. Now, it will trine Jupiter in Cancer around the 16th, where there's going to be some good news about, maybe where you're potentially about to have a expansion in the money that you're making, or maybe you're going to be taking a new position or changing teams, or that you're going to be changing schedules. And yes, it is going to impact your money. I realize that some of you guys are going to actually experience stepping away from a job. Like Jupiter's retrograde in your 6th house. There's going to be Mercury in your 2nd house. I know some of you guys are going to go, well, I'm not working anymore, so it's not that I'm getting money that's coming in, but I have support from a partner, or I'm going on maternity leave, or I'm retiring, right? Or I'm getting a settlement. So some of you guys are actually going to find that, you know, February into March is about stepping away from something that you're making money on, because you're going to find a part-time job or something more fulfilling or something that's better for your health. So even though, you know, Mercury going into your 2nd house is about money, and the conjunction to the North Node, trining Jupiter means that it's going to be maybe changes to what you're eating and also how that's impacting your health and your routines. So it's lucky for expanding, getting advice with your finances. It's about intuitive wellness. It's also going to be about service for growth. And then you're going to see Venus go into Pisces, which is good because she's exalted and she loves the 2nd house. So this is a good money transit. It becomes very financial the 2nd half of February into March. And as Venus goes into this house, she wants to bring you more pleasure. She wants to bring you money for traveling, education, playtime, spending money on your family or on your home. So Venus is exalted here, and she'll show up on the 10th. And this is really helping build strong self-worth. Money feels more magnetic. You know, financial situations turn healing. And then it's going to trine Jupiter in your 6th house around the 22nd. And this is about abundant resources coming through with compassion. Now, I have a feeling this is going to be more about receiving support from community at work, and they're supporting some of the changes that you're kind of looking to make. So whether you're changing teams, or you're going to be focusing on new relationships, or you're going to be taking some time off, you have some support throughout that process. Now, onto the solar eclipse in your sign. So 27, 28, 29 degrees of Aquarius, sun, moon, and rising. This is very prominent for you guys because you're the first batch of the Aquarians to kind of get this eclipse. So if it's around your birthday, happy birthday. This is a big one. Solar eclipses are the catalyst for change. So you don't have to wait for the solar eclipse around the 17th to see the effects. You can be seeing it in late January. You might see it a year from now. For sure, in the summer, when we get into the North Node in Aquarius and eclipses that are going to be a full moon in Aquarius down the road, you'll see the effects of it in August of 2026. But this is the first one that's going to be a series of eclipses over the next 2 years in your sign. So if you're old enough to remember, go back 18, 19, 20 years ago when you were having eclipses here, because there's going to be a lot of the same themes. Although Pluto wasn't there, Uranus wasn't in Taurus, this is like much bigger. The first house is your body, right? So it's your body, your identity, yourself. So this is a very potent solar eclipse to be like, what do I want? How do I want to look? How do I want to feel? What are my goals? It is picking up off the energy of Saturn and Neptune, which is write them down, speak them out loud, have mantras you say daily, you know, burn them. And maybe it's about you just getting more into a routine where you're feeling like you're speaking up, or you're committing to an outlet where you can write. It's going to square Uranus, which means that it's going to be very conflicting with your home and your family's needs, or where you're living, and you may feel like you're wanting to kind of get outside of where you've been living and make a change, and that can kind of unfold over the next year. And this is going to bring about radical new beginnings, sudden self-reinvention, image upgrades, definitely feeling like you're kind of having your purpose being awakened with the North Node that's going there, and personal revolutions that are going to disrupt things, but it's going to free you from feeling kind of trapped and limited. So this is the seed of the first eclipses that will be playing out for the next 2 years. And you're just taking quantum leaps towards like authenticity, right? That's what it's about. The only saving grace you guys have this month is that you have Saturn and Neptune that's sextiling Pluto. So when you're feeling frazzled, go for a walk. Bring yourself back to your breath, do some journaling, have something that's going to keep you moving. Otherwise, you're going to just feel like you're going to being pulled at two different ends. And that could be you versus your family, or how you've always lived your life versus, you know, kind of getting out of the past. And it's going to be quite something to see this kind of manifest for you guys over the next 6 months. Now, the sun will enter into Pisces on the 18th of the month, moving into your natal 2nd house, where it's joining Venus and also Mercury. So it's really highlighting anything connected to money, resources, values, and relationships. I mean, bringing in more support from a partner, feeling cherished. And you will find that money is kind of flowing, even though at the end of the month, Mercury will retrograde. And we're going to see Mercury start its retrograde on the 26th of February. where it's really about reevaluating, well, how much money do I have? What am I spending? What are my expenses? Some of you guys are going to be having some issues with financial transactions. Some of you guys are going to be debating what's yours versus what is somebody else's. Maybe you're looking to get reimbursed for health insurance, car insurance. Maybe you are reevaluating expenses connecting to your self-employment, your taxes, even your children. I would be very careful with my money, knowing that there's going to be a Mercury retrograde here, and then early March you're going to have a lunar eclipse in your 8th. Get your tax stuff in order prior to the Mercury retrograde. I would also say this is a good time to start looking at your budgeting and where you can kind of trim costs. And because Neptune rules your finances and Saturn and Neptune are going to be conjunct, you're going to be wanting to be very direct about being like, what is the financial breakdown? I need to see the receipt. I need to know exactly what was spent. You may be feeling a little bit more assertive when you're talking about money scenarios, but I think that it's going to be okay. And you will see on the 28th that Venus will come into conjunction with Mercury retrograde. So while you're going back and forth over what you've invested and whether or not it's made money, or if you're getting money returned to you, or if somebody's paying you back, you're going to be putting that into your home, your family, your living situation. Maybe some of you guys are going to be trying to get mortgages or qualifying for loans, or anything that could be about connecting to vehicles. So it sounds like a lot, but it's going to be good. Just watch your finances at the end of the month. My advice and encouragement for you guys is, here's the deal. I have the North Node in Aquarius, right? So I'm really, really excited for this because I feel like it's going to be cool to kind of like fly your freak flag again. You're not weird. Stand out, be different. Don't feel like you have to worry about what other people think. Like, go against the grain. This is where you get like the green light to be completely and hopelessly yourself and fly your freak flag for the next couple of years. Own your revolution. Do this with grace. Your best days are going to be February 17th, where you have that eclipse portal. Take it easy that day because you might be feeling a little zapped. And I would say hold off on the rituals for about a day or two until after the eclipse, and watch your health because you can be literally feeling just kind of stressed. This is going to be perfect a day or two after for seeding or manifesting your goals. And then on the 27th, be very careful because Mars is going to square Uranus. And this is like a prime accident energy, particularly like putting your foot in your mouth, saying something you shouldn't. This could also mean you need to be really careful driving, like no phones or anything when you're driving because you can get distracted. And this is about impulsive self-sabotage behavior that can kind of come up. I'm rooting for you guys because you're one of the main characters in 2026 and 2027. And really like the future kind of starts with you guys. You guys are actually kicking off the revolution. Aries is soon to follow, and then Gemini. So I hope it's a good one for you guys. I hope that you guys are able to kind of embrace your kind of electric uniqueness this month. Because I think the stars are really aligning for your guys' like evolution. So let's take a look. Let's see. Definitely give me your feedback. I've got a couple Aquarius risings in my life that are telling me just all the craziness that's kind of going on. All right, the card that you get is the Seven of Swords. I think there's a lot of like, can I trust this? Is it too good to be true, right? And I'm thinking it's probably going to be connected to when the sun squares Uranus, where you're feeling like you're having to confront certain people in your life, and it could be family, roommates, partners. You're also going to see this Mercury retrograde that's going to be in a Neptunian sign. So it's going to be about being like, are you sure everything's good with this transaction? Like, can I trust this? Like, is this safe? Like, is this car a lemon? Like, it's basically saying, and I'm not saying this to freak you out, but I think your instincts and your intuition is going to be telling you if something's off this month. And if you know you shouldn't be buying something, you shouldn't be moving, you shouldn't be, and with eclipses, it kicks everything up. So you're going to have that eclipse mid-month, and then we have another one that's going to come in early March, which is very clearly going to be changing things with finances. So I would be very financially conservative this month. I think that you really need to trust your gut, and this is going to be about exposing things that are shocking to you. Maybe not to you, because you guys are more conspiracy-esque than some of the other signs, but I'd be lying to you if I said that it wasn't likely that over the next several weeks, there is going to be stuff that's going to come out in the world where people are going to be pissed. Absolutely seeing red, right? Saturn, Neptune, and Aries. And it's going to sextile Pluto. And it's going to be exposure. It's going to be about this. It's going to be about that. And like, I love my Aquarius risings, but I have some of you guys that are just seething, that just can't wait to do my I told you so videos. And I would say, right, you're going to know there are some things are still going to be unfolding for the next couple of months, at least until April. So be mindful of listening to your intuition. Be careful with like any scams, especially that involves money, transactions, buying cars, signing contracts, things like that you need to kind of watch for. And if your intuition is saying wait until next month. I hope it's a good one for you guys. Let me know what happens. I'll catch you back here in March. What's up, my Pisces and Pisces risings? Welcome to February of 2026. Happy birthday if you are a February Pisces. I hope it's a good one for you guys. I'm excited to talk about what is going on this month. Obviously, there is some stuff happening. So there's some sweet and salty aspects really for all the 12 signs. I would say the sweet is that you're going to see a couple of transits that are going to be in your sign, Venus and Mercury. So self-love, anything in regards to communication and values will be trining your fifth house, traditional ruler Jupiter in Cancer, which is retrograde. So as you see some of those trines, the more that you can tap into your relationship to self, beauty, creativity, self-expression, you're going to tap into more joy, more romance, more success, more abundance, and also I think just a sweeter time. And it can be really great for you creatively and also anything that deals with your own business, investments, or potentially children or pregnancy. Now, on the other hand of the spectrum, we are going to be seeing that there is going to be this really, really significant Saturn-Neptune conjunction. Neptune is your modern day ruler. So it also rules your body, self, and, kind of appearance. And it's now moving back into Aries. And you saw Saturn and Neptune actually in this sign last year. So you got a sneak preview. And the positive is that for all of the signs, even though Saturn does not do very well in Aries, it's very self-sufficient and hardworking, and it's willing to give it a try. So you don't have to figure it all out in one day, but you do have to try your best. And I think that when Saturn goes into your second house and it starts to align with Neptune, your goals in regards to working, making money, being self-sufficient, maybe being self-employed, or just being a little bit more conscious of, saving money and your budget is definitely going to be a big theme for you. So when you see this conjunction around the 20th, it is impacting anything that deals with your appearance too. So you want to keep an eye on the part of the body that deals with the throat, the thyroid, and the neck. You may have more of like an interest in like jewelry or like necklaces and stuff as well. And the Jupiter transit is going to continue retrograde basically until March. So nothing's really changing there. But those trines to Jupiter is, like I said, great for creativity, joy, and anything that deals with nurturing and expansion in your passion and also in playtime. Pisces, my little angels, you guys are going to be having quite the February. This is quite a profound moment for you. And I know that a lot of you guys are feeling like a sigh of relief now that Saturn and Neptune have left your sign. This is where we're asleep at the wheel. We're not clear. We're vague. Things are foggy. We don't know. And then when it goes into Aries, it's still dreamy, right? Neptune is still dreamy. But this is dream in action. I said the term manifest destiny, like we have to go and make it happen. So you're going to feel like with this conjunction between Saturn and Neptune in your second house that you're finally getting structure. You're finally figuring out where the fire is. You're figuring out, how you can make your dreams a reality when it comes to physical resources and making money, right? And your values. So this is a historic alignment. It's very rare. At the 0 point of Aries, which we have not seen in thousands of years. So none of us have been alive for this conjunction. So it's dissolving for you old illusions, victimhood, escapism, blurry self-awareness, and boundaries. And it's trying to get you to really ground your spiritual vision into something that is more bold, courageous, entrepreneurial, and I think a little bit more mature when it comes to embodiment. So you're really birthing a wiser, more authoritative version of yourself, and you're carrying that dream into your reality and like how you're becoming able to make money and support yourself. So I do think that at its highest, it's going to be about self-discipline, and that can be with what you're spending, what you're buying, what you're consuming, what you're eating. At its lowest, it can mean that you feel like this is an oh shift moment, like what is about to happen with my finances. This is about stepping into spiritual leadership with practical steps financially. Maybe there's a personal brand that's coming. Maybe you're just healing something about your self-esteem. Maybe you're really focusing on inspiring other people. I can tell you when, Saturn and Neptune align, it's playing off of Mars, which is going to be in your 12th house with the sun, which means there's about to be a big shift that's going to happen in the collective, which might shake and rattle and roll the financial systems. I definitely think we will see that between now and April. But you're going to look at this and go, oh, that's an opportunity, right? So you're going to go, well, all right, it's going to kind of push me to go, there's something I've always wanted to do, and now I'm going to make it a reality, right? A goal. Saturn is a goal for you. I'm seeing a lot of Pisces and Pisces risings that are finally kind of going, yeah, I haven't really been focused on making money for a few years, and like now I have to, Or I've seen some of you guys that are going, well, I want to sell art, or I want to start my own business. I'm seeing some that are working as bakers, some that are working as carpenters. I'm seeing people who are getting involved in beauty or jewelry. That can all be kind of like the themes of the second house. So it really depends. But I think that this is one of the more profound moments in quite some time for you. And obviously there is this kind of dreamy energy, and then there's this serious energy that's kind of coming together. So I think that you're going to have to let me know what happens. Certainly, I think the next 2 months is when you're going to see some of the biggest changes in your financial life. And what might seem like an end of the world situation financially is only just the beginning. And it's going to help you completely, I think, reset the way that you're looking at your values and making money. So on the 1st of February, you see a full moon. It's going to happen in Leo in your natal 6th house. And this is the house of health, wellness, routine, anything that's connecting to, service and your habits or your pets. And full moons in Leo are always like this dramatic emotional spotlight. So it's going to be really putting a spotlight on how you care for yourself, how you care for others, whether or not you're feeling like you're in tune with your daily routine. Do your pets need help? Do you need to change offices? Do you need to change jobs? And this can be like a period where you're really giving yourself a pat on the back for having made a lot of changes when it comes to your health and your habits, and realizing that there are some things that you've been doing as like a coping mechanism. So now you're like letting them go. Getting some kind of health results can happen around this time. The moon also deals with the 5th house, so it can be dealing with health results that are connected to fertility, pregnancy, and wellness of any kind that's connected to your digestion. And it's going to be also about releasing kind of like this tendency to have like a need for routines to be perfect, right? So things don't have to be perfect. You can be busy working, but if you're burning yourself out or you're burning the candle at both ends, it may not actually be beneficial for you. So it can actually show you where, okay, maybe you've made some major steps forward in your health and your habits, but are you sleeping well? Do you feel well? Are you taking time, to kind of rest and recuperate? Now, Uranus will station direct on February 3rd. This will happen in your 3rd house. And the 3rd house is the mind, siblings, communication, learning. It's also connected to your 12th house of subconscious ideas and dreams and intuition. And when it goes direct, it is going to be a sudden breakthrough, okay? A sudden shift in your mindset, or a sudden shift in how you're thinking. So innovative ideas, sudden epiphanies, I think precognitive dreams. Maybe it means that there is a shock when it comes to your siblings or how you communicate, and it's liberating you through something that will be kind of coming up throughout the month as planets are squaring. I just really think that your intuition is going to be on high alert, and you're going to be feeling like you're like kind of like, I feel like I should do this and I shouldn't do that, and you're having to kind of listen to your gut. And you will see repetitive squares that will happen to Uranus throughout the month as well. Remember, Uranus has been retrograde, so now that it's like direct, it's kind of able to start speaking its mind and sharing, communicating, or coming up with a plan to move, or making plans for learning or travel. Now, these repetitive squares are going to be from planets in Aquarius in your 12th house, which represents the collective, and it's also connecting to the world, it's connecting to your dreams, bad habits and self-undoing, or I guess they say hidden enemies can be going through here. So Mercury is going to represent clearing out any communication, I think, with partners in dreams, or like you can have dreams about exes. You're going to also see when Mercury squares Uranus that it's kind of showing you on the 5th of February where subconscious secrets or isolation or spirituality themes are coming up, and it's like jolting hidden thoughts or intuitive downloads. On the 8th, Venus in Aquarius in your 12th house will square Uranus, and this is going to be about surprises and spiritual connections and secret attractions. On the 15th, the Sun will square Uranus, and that's going to be showing you where there is like this heightened ego surprise that can come up in regards to work or relationships, and also that you just need a little bit of time to kind of rest and recuperate and not do too much. And then on the 27th, Mars in the 12th house will come into a square with Uranus, and it's sparking bold subconscious action or inner conflict. So it's almost like there's all this stuff that's happening in the ethers, and you're like, oh, I feel like that's coming, this is coming, and you're like, do I say something, do I not? And I would say grounding exercises, breath work with Uranus in your 3rd, grounding mats, going for walks, working with aromatherapy, working with crystals, because I think you're like the filter for everything that's happening in the world. And you're going to be like, oh, I have all these crazy dreams and I feel like something's going to happen and something is coming. And yes, something is coming, but don't allow yourself to get swamped in other people's stuff in the ethers. Take your salt baths, do your meditation, burn your incense or do your smudging, do stuff before you go to bed so you're not feeling like you're waking up exhausted because there's just so much stuff kind of swimming around. All of these things are disruptive. I think it's disrupting how you communicate. I think it's disrupting, obviously, and helping free you from hidden fears or limitations or escapist kind of mentalities. And it's helping you bring forth new mental patterns, and it's pushing you towards being more authentic and kind of sharing what your intuition is telling you. Now, Mercury will enter into Pisces on the 6th. So as Mercury goes into the sign, it can bring relationships to you. It can bring connections with therapists, astrologers, past life relationships, or exes. And Mercury is also connected to your home and your family. So it may mean that you're kind of intuitively trying to figure out, how do I communicate with partners? How do I navigate home changes? And most likely this is going to be more personal. So it's about self-communication. Obviously, Pisces is intuitive, and likely you're going to be more empathic towards home and family, and you're kind of speaking from a soul level. It will conjunct the North Node on the 11th or the 12th, so you need to watch for fated kind of karmic insights about yourself or your purpose when it comes to relationships or your calling. And then when it trines Jupiter in your 5th house on the 16th, that is going to be about abundance when it comes to romance, creativity, self-expression, joy, children, pregnancy, and feeling like you're throwing yourself into something where you feel inspired. And it can be creative projects or projects that involve children or partners that just feel right. Now, Venus will enter into Pisces this month, which is great. She's going to be blessing you in her exaltation in your 1st house if you're a Pisces rising on the 10th of February. And she's going to be in your 1st house where your presence is going to be very magnetic. You're going to be seen as beautiful, alluring, kind of compassionate and healing. And others will be more drawn to your confidence. So definitely take a photo, take a picture of yourself throughout this transit. And it's activating your 3rd house. So people are attracted to your voice and your words and your wisdom too. I think that could be something else that they're interested in, or something that you have kind of created. Now, you will see that while Venus goes through your sign, she is going to make a gorgeous trine to Jupiter on the 22nd of the month. And this is where there's peak manifestation, okay? For romance, creative projects, taking risks, even pregnancy, that could be a big theme for you guys, or kind of manifesting a partner. I think a lot of you guys are going to be feeling very spiritually protected with Venus in your sign, and that, as long as you are talking about what you are growing and what abundance you have, and that you're in alignment with the universe, you're going to see a lot of those things kind of follow. On the 17th, you'll see a solar eclipse in Aquarius in your natal 12th house. Now, this is a house that can be about, obviously, self-undoing. This can be a house that deals with your subconscious, your dreams, what goes on behind the scenes. Where this is more about your mental health or your spiritual health, the 6th house is more about your habits. So you're going to see that the sun is going to go into the 12th house, and you're going to have this solar eclipse. Now, it's quiet, right? It's not going to be as obvious because it's behind your ascendant or behind your sun. So this is the house of isolation, secrets, spirituality, karma, right? And the moon is going to represent the karma of romance, children, relationships, and healing and sacrifice. So are you healing a childhood issue? Are you healing heartbreak? Are you opening up to new creative abilities? Are you calling in, a pregnancy? Any of these things can happen. But I do think that with the squares to Uranus, it's kind of highlighting like where there is like a lot of static energy and radical new beginnings behind the scenes. So sudden spiritual closures, psychic awakening, subconscious revolutions, that kind of clear old karma for fresh intuitive space. Be mindful of your health, as the 12th house is hospitals. So I would say during some of these transits, whether it's rehab facilities, going to the hospital, if it's connected to private healthcare centers, foreign lands, temples, churches, all of these things definitely get highlighted here. So you have to be really mindful of what's going on with your physical and your mental health around the time of the eclipse. Now the sun will enter into Pisces on the 18th of the month, and then Pisces season begins. So once again, if you're a February Pisces, happy birthday. Sun's going through your ascendant, where you're focusing on now your health and your habits and your inner joy. And it's going to be moving through there with Venus. So you get this personal kind of like glow up, and you're feeling, I think, energized until you get to the end of February. And around February 26th, Mercury is going to go retrograde in your sign, and it'll go retrograde from 22 to about 8 degrees of Pisces. So if you have anything within those degrees, you're definitely going to be in your feelings, reevaluating the direction of your home, reevaluating the direction of relationships. You could be pulling out of a relationship. You could be putting yourself back out there. There could be exes that could show up and want to connect with you and talk to you about, what's going on with changes with your home or your family. And you're going to feel a little confused. I would just say that I would be careful about going back into a relationship. I would be careful about making any permanent changes to my appearance. I would watch my health. I do think you're going to feel a little confused about what the next step is with home or with dating if those things aren't settled in your life. And it's a wonderful time to check in with a therapist or an astrologer, because Mercury rules your 7th house. So if you're feeling like, I don't know what's next, I know I got to do something, but what is it? Getting insight from somebody who's intuitive to kind of help read you can be helpful. And you're going to see that retrograde continue until the 20th of March. Now on the 28th of February, while Mercury is retrograde, it will conjunct Venus, which means that there's going to somebody who's going to come back around, who's going to give you some feedback or give you some love. I don't know if it's a sibling, I don't know if it's a neighbor, I don't know if it's a partner who's kind of affirming, you look great, you're doing wonderful, keep going, or I believe in you. But this is really about reviewing, I think, your self-image and your identity. And, you're kind of getting rid of old outdated patterns and you have new clarity. I also think that this is about reconnecting with who you are and being more compassionate with yourself. And then on the 28th, you're going to see that Mars is sitting at the eclipse degree, and it's going to come into a square with Uranus. And this, to me, feels a little disruptive. This is where there can be some disruptions in communication or sleep, and there's a lot of subconscious action going on. And I would be saying, get rest, be careful when you're driving, watch for putting your foot in your mouth or getting anxious. Pisces, this month, major identity rebirth. With a eclipse in your 12th house, where you're shedding all of the old kind of karma, with a Mercury retrograde in your 1st house, where you're really focusing on, I think, figuring out what you want when it comes to relationships and home. An identity rebirth with Saturn conjunct Neptune around the 20th of February. This is about new confidence. This is about believing in yourself and investing in yourself. This is about spiritual authority. It's also about embodying your dreams. So the eclipse is going to stir up some stuff with your subconscious and some baggage maybe for like a major spiritual reset that you need to kind of clear out in therapy, in meditation, in a healing space. Perhaps retreats can be helpful, working with a shamanic healer, working with past life regressions, hypnotherapists even, to heal some of the karmic stuff that's being released. But the trines to Jupiter bring creativity and bring romantic abundance. So there can be a lot of passion projects, a lot of soulful romantic connections and love. And yes, the Uranus squares are going to kind of jolt you a little bit, but it's more about what your intuition is telling you, where it's guiding you to go, even though some of the things seem a little crazy. It's trying to get you to acknowledge that it's actually time to be willing to create change and be on the move. So, Pisces, obviously you guys are really dissolving some big boundaries this month. What I love about Pisces is you guys remind us that we have to we come to Earth to dissolve all of the boundaries and limitations and to remind us that we're all one.
So now your dreams get that real structure and fire now that you have gone through all the Saturn-Neptune stuff in recent years. And I think this is about embracing becoming more gentle with yourself, to surrendering to rest. Your best days will be the 20th through the 22nd, I think, with the Saturn-Neptune conjunction and also Venus trining Jupiter, where there's a lot of peak spiritual energy and manifestation when it comes to joy and abundance. Be cautious on the 26th when Mercury is retrograde in your sign. You may not see things so clearly. You may not be feeling so hot. You can get a little reminiscent for the past. So avoid any major self-reinventions, tattoos, major hairstyle changes, changes to your style, your appearance, changing your home, changing your relationship. Wait till the dust settles in March. Things are going to be a little bit more clear then. And I think, yeah, just watch for miscommunications in how you present yourself to the world. I think that this is kind of like, yeah, your graduation phase. So I'm excited to see what happens and how you guys are able to really focus on kind of bringing in that fiery energy in Aries and how you're kind of rebuilding yourself. So you have to let me know what happens. All right, well, let's take a look, Pisces. What do the cards say for you in February of 2026? What does Pisces need to know? Ooh, Queen of Swords. Great card. Even though there isn't, I mean, you're a water element, right? There's a ton of, air in the skies. End of January into February. So you see like Pluto, Mercury, the sun, like there's a bunch of stuff earlier in January into February going through your 12th house. And so the Queen of Swords can be a Aquarius, a Gemini, or a Libra that comes into your life, right? It can be a friend who's really direct with their communication. It can be a therapist who's helping you cut through all of the subconscious fears and the clutter. It can be about you channeling this energy and being a little bit more direct and mindful of your words, which is so appropriate during the Mercury retrograde. I almost feel like when you have Mercury retrogrades in your first house and you're not sure if you're going to make a big life change, or if you're not sure if you're going to sign a contract, or if you're going to move, wait until after the retrograde. Wait. Because it may mean that through that retrograde or that kind of confusion, you're able to turn within and realize, what is it that I truly want? Rather than scrambling and making a quick kind of like knee-jerk decision, sit in the uncertainty, work through that, channel something, get into contact with your higher self. Maybe working with a therapist or a spiritual advisor can be really helpful for you guys, because it can help you realize that you don't have to go back to old relationship patterns. You don't have to continue to live in the same place or in the same location. You have the ability to create change. So I think that you're going to be channeling and keeping an open mind and recognizing and realizing that, like, yeah, the time is now. It's not about going backwards, it's about stepping forward. And I think that if you become more confident in trusting what your soul is telling you and what your intuition is telling you, you're going to channel that Queen of Swords and you're going to be like, this is how I want it, this is what's going to go on. And you're very matter of fact and direct, but I think it's going to be more in March. So hopefully that's helpful in helping you navigate this month. I can't wait to hear what happens. Definitely leave me your comments, and I'll catch you back here in March as Pisces season continues. All right, guys. Well, that is February of 2026. Such a big month. There's so many amazing things happening. Welcome to the revolution. The next 2 or 3 months is going to be massive for everyone. If you guys like my video, don't forget to give me a thumbs up and like it. Also, subscribe to the channel. Click the bell button below so you can see more of my content. Like I said, I'm here on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays using tarot and astrology to make sense of what's going on in the cosmos. Join me here tomorrow. I'm going to be doing live tarot readings on the channel. We'll post the link in the community tab if you guys want to join. 6 o'clock p.m. Central Time. That's 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. Always a good time on Fridays. And if you guys like my work and you want to see more of what I do, schedule a personal reading, maybe pick up a transit calendar, or join my Astro 301 group that I'm going to be doing, where I'm teaching mastering astrology techniques at the end of January, click the links below. Head over to beyondtheveiledtarot.com. You guys can see my schedule and book with me. You guys can see my courses and all of the offerings that I have there. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it, and I will see you guys back here in March. Take care.